Welcome back to Galaxy Battle. Welcome back for the last time really in this season, because we have arrived in the grand finals and we have a monumental task ahead of us. 5 maps possibly, alongside me, M and J.
Yes, it all comes down to this, doesn't it, Davis? A best of 5 to settle the score, and we've got a Ukrainian derby to come up ahead. 2 teams that have been on amazing form recently. TNL off of the back of a LAN win and some great results, punching above their weight but climbing up those ranking points. And a win here would just really top it off, I feel. It's been an exciting tournament so far, and I'm really looking forward to rounding it off today.
Yeah, so the matchup is going to be Passion UA versus TNL coming up any second. We can see this as the kind of long road how we've gotten here. And, you know, I casted the last quarterfinal, the 9 versus Passion UA one, and me and Max kind of made our predictions, you know, for the semis, for the finals. And these 2 teams, I think in both of our rankings, were like the least likely ones to make it there. Like, we were like, yeah, Ecstatic should win it, and surely Navi Jr., you know, whoever gets a semis should just stomp them over. So it is going to be an interesting setup, like 2 underdog teams in a sense, you know, fighting their way to get to the grand finals, really against a lot of odds. And well, we've arrived. It is going to be the Ukrainian derby, which I think should make it very interesting to watch.
I'll be honest, I saw the TNL Cinderella run coming from a mile away, but they actually arguably had one of the hardest routes in through this playoffs bracket, having to play Partizan in the first round, then Metasport in the quarterfinals, who are another team that have been on insane form recently, qualifying for the major, and yeah, just sort of beating everyone in their path. But TNL managed to best them, and then that static game yesterday was actually very comfortable. They looked fantastic, and yeah, I think that's that's something that's going to kind of come into today and have a little bit of weight behind it, because Passion UA, even though they looked great against Navi Junior, they did show some vulnerabilities. They kind of got stomped on their map pick and Mirage, so I'd be interested to see where that comes up again today. It's a best of 5, it will come up somewhere in the veto, but where that will come up in the veto, perhaps not a first pick, perhaps it was just a case of starting slow yesterday, which again could be a factor that plagues them here. In a best of 5, you do have a little bit more wiggle room. You can afford to come into the first map slow because, again, it's a best of 5. But yeah, I think Passion UA definitely showed more weaknesses, more vulnerabilities yesterday than TNL. I think TNL looked pretty fantastic against the static. So yeah, I'm sort of feeling them going all the way here, but it's anyone's game. I think in a best of 5, your pool, your map pool, and your sort of focus over long periods as well is really, really tested.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, this is that Cinderella run that would just add the cherry on top for TNL. They've been on such a rise. Like, I wasn't even familiar with their game, really. I used to cast them. I think last time I saw them play was like 2 months ago. And in general, they were kind of always a good team in that kind of top 100 to 200 ranking. Man, they've climbed so much. Back in March of 2025, they were ranked 109th by VRS. Now they're all the way up to 47. So really playing really well. It's a little bit interesting because pretty much all the players have been on the roster for a long while. I remember Ganguinho was there as well, but I think they replaced him, and that could have been one of the most recent roster changes. So yeah, just a couple of Ukrainian guys who have been together for a long while, know how to communicate, how to play together, against certainly a newer team of Passion UA, where I think at least the players are a lot more established. They've had a lot more Tier 1, Tier 2 experience, but certainly not the time to really play together. And I think in the long series of potentially 5 maps, that's where the cracks start to show. I love that there's a random casual guy without a shirt in the middle camera there, just observing things, getting ready.
That is that's Karen, I think. He's supposed to be in the bottom right, but he's out of the chair. He thinks he's out of sight, but he's not. We've got you on the cams, buddy. It's a shame that this sort of crazy run of form from TNL has come a tad too late. They're actually within the ranking to have qualified for the major quals if they'd done this a month ago, right? But yeah, as I say, comes a little too late. They find themselves 24th in Europe on VRS, which does mean they'll get some really cool tournament invites over the next couple of months. So yeah, a win like this would just sort of top it off. It would probably push them a couple of places higher, actually, because they're on the same amount of points as Big. They're now ahead of Ents. So yeah,
crazy.
Just like we've seen from sort of BetClick recently, where they've had some big invites because of their ranking, we will probably see the same from TNL coming over the next few months, just because, yeah, they're up there with the big dogs. So yeah, exciting times ahead for this team.
I think it's the bootcamp effect. I think they got that bootcamp together like a couple of months ago, and since then it really has been only up. We arrive at a very exciting part. If you guys have checked HLTV, you already know, but let's act surprised. Let's see what maps it will be. Starting off, just a classic Dust 2 and Mirage back-to-back, starting off on the maps that they've played for probably at this point 15 to 20 years. And then we have Ancient, Anubis, and finally Train last map. I think this is the best map to have as that finisher if we need it.
Yeah, it's a very sandy veto, though. I did say that Passion UA didn't look very good on Mirage yesterday. Now, to be fair, they were playing against Navi Junior, but I'd actually draw a lot of similarities between Navi Junior and TNL's playstyle. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them. But first off, kicking things off here on Dust 2. The first map of our best of 5 grand finals here in Galaxy Battle Phase 1. And we saw what TNL were capable of here on the OG map just yesterday. They 13 tender static. They made light work of the Danes. And now they're looking to make light work of their Ukrainian countrymen. Let's get things rolling.
Dust 2 pistol, TNL looking to open up with a fast push towards long, but Damka already ahead of the play, gets a double USB headshot, and now they're kind of just stuck. They know exactly where they are. Warro chimes in as well as Damka arrives with the backstab. That is just a beautiful setup from Passion UA. Doesn't take too much brain, just go and aim, hit the heads. That's exactly what they're able to do, and, well, Ani goes down as well. A swift start for Passion UA. And TNL's map pick. Man, I'm just looking at the top there. There's like so many maps. 5. I remember when I casted the previous Galaxy Battle Finals, like, I think we went the distance of 4 maps, and it didn't feel that long just because some of them were pretty quick. But I am kind of fingers crossed for a train finisher. Again, it's one of my favorite maps to watch, and I think it would just be such a cool finish as well for like a pretty strategical map for 2 aim teams in a sense. Ooh,
Yeah, the
Nifty.
HUD doesn't like 5 maps, does it? We've got Dusk
Yeah.
2, Murug,
MRG.
and Turn.
Well, if you know, you know.
Alright. Scout in hand, rest on the upgraded pistols. We actually saw a couple of moments yesterday here on Dust 2 where Flurex bought a scout. There was one round where they were on a full eco. Flurex bought a hero scout, and I was like, well, I don't like this. And then he found like 3 kills in it, and they won the round. So I was made to eat my words, and it might just happen again. Not the hands of the scout this time. It's the pistols popping heads. And a 2-man advantage. Chance to retrieve that rifle here as well. Davi's found the MP9. Demka scrambling. But out of position. They're going to try and route up short here.
It's a slow mid-round, but they quickly try to move towards short. Jacasmo will be there to catch the wind, but they pretty much already made it onto the side. It's a great call by TNL, and a 3v5 that looks difficult to recover. And this was the M4 round. This was supposed to be an easy conversion. Instead, it's Topa fighting for his dear life, and it's only 1 kill. TNL, yeah, they're getting hyped up. I mean, you had so little invested in the round. Still come up on top, and now, well, this is worse than losing the pistol, right? So, not looking too good for Passion UA. Not the start they wanted. You know what's crazy? I checked, so there were 24 teams attending this tournament, out of which 4 you'd call Ukrainian, meaning you have like 2 or more Ukrainian players on your lineup. And 3 of those teams made it to the semis, and then the 2 that are like the most Ukrainian made it to the finals. There's something in the water, man. It's a pretty interesting ending.
Oh. Flashes over the top. Can smoke. Victim to them. Kvem will be the first to drop here, though. It is just the upgraded pistols, but it's a full buy here for Passion UA. They went a little bit heavy with the rifles in the last. Losing it. The money is bleak. 1400 double eco. They'll throw themselves at it, but very little success. Not a single point of damage dealt so far. Demka maybe looks to change that. There you go. Big headshot. Don't feed the beast. Demka can be scary. That's a nasty bite behind him. Davi doesn't care.
Well, he's good with pistols, I guess. 3 in the first one, and now the Eagle is good for 1. If we can get 2 out of this, I mean, actually cash is not great on TNL's side, even with the previous runs by, so it would be pretty nice. Still, Passion UA's economy is reset hard. TNL are starting to show us that, like, again, they play together as a team for so long that you can just see that they're almost automatically doing things that maybe other teams have to communicate. It's automatic at this point. And a tech pause. 3 days ago, I did, actually 4 days ago, I did like the Baltic finals. This was like a LAN final. And me and my co-caster were like joking about like final bingo, like things that can happen in the final that like almost otherwise never happen. It's like a tech delay, you know, for 20 minutes, tech pauses, stuff like that. Oh, well.
That was the Battle of the Baltics event, right? You had a Latvian team win it, the Hypod guys, yeah.
Yeah, they were miles ahead of everyone else. It was, I guess it was a bit weird because, like, at the time where the qualifiers happened, there were like 5 different qualifiers happening in the region. They had like the worst possible scheduling. Nobody wanted to move, I guess.
So it was on. It was cool, if Granny's Knockers had been there, bro. Oh, it could have been a banger grand final. It was actually on the same day as another LAN in Lithuania. Which is why they didn't go, because they played the other LAN, which was a bit of a stinker. But yeah. Not a good sign when you go into a tech pause and two people just get up and walk off. You could see them actually gone outside. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe tech pause means a ciggy break. Well, they're back.
This actually looks like a serious vibe, though, on the boot camp, right? Back at my parents' house in the UK, we had like within the house, my dad had a when we first moved in, got desks put all around the room, and it was like he wanted it as like an office kind of thing, and have like a couple of employees in there. And then he decided against it, and they ended up having an external office somewhere. But it meant that we just had the perfect LAN room in the house, right? 5 desks. And when I was at school, like high school, I'd have my friends over like all the time, and we would have like proper LANs come over for like 1 or 2 days, bring all their PCs, and we'd have like a proper like boot camp, but we were all like matchmaking like DMGs or something, and we were like kind of crap. But yeah, this as higher level players looks like a vibe. Seems to be good vibes on Passion UA as well, despite the rough start. Smiles on the face.
I think it is the bootcamp effect, man. Like, I think it certainly helps a lot. We've seen a lot of teams climb up rankings in a very short time once they finally get together. Scout on Fleerax, I'd love to see it. Oh, there were 300 or so. Damn, they kind of want to just quad peek the scout, I guess, or at least stay close. And the TNL should make really easy work of this round. Long is left completely open. It's pretty interesting, like the smoke is down, they still only now choose to rotate. Actually, with the timing, I think there's a world where you can play close up with a pistol, maybe you can get like an entry frag. Catch them off guard. It's gonna be a full stack hit. Here we go, the rifle should make easy work of this. They've already managed to scoot across, Dawi, Onyx, and Dawi again. Just what you expected. TNL makes light work of the round, puts the third on the board. And Passion UA, now that they've been given the rifles, like this is where to start your comeback, because it was a very clean pistol round for them. Very messy second.
This is just really cruel. It seems to be almost an accidental staple for TNL at the moment, losing these pistol rounds, winning the follow-ups, and then just running away. It breaks that CT economy. It's such a worst-case scenario when you're on your CT side, you lose that pistol round. Sorry, you win that pistol round, you lose that follow-up round. It's really difficult to then get that cash back on track, even in the buy round here. You got A1Ss across the board, but no helmets. Normally wouldn't be a big problem, but Onyx and Can have got M4s. Not a lot of util, not a single kit. This is still a fragile buy in itself. TNL look to abuse that. Take advantage, but a fourth, perhaps beyond on the board. Faye's going to work his way up, Cat.
And if he's peeking alone though, and well, spots the info. It's a bit of a free chance to maybe get the kill. Jacasmo is still there to push the issue. Smoke laid down, and TNL almost evacuating away. It's bad smoke though. Jacasmo, I mean, he catches so much info here. There's still nobody on the B side, because they feel like with the smoke down, they're safe. Jacasmo should be able to find Fleerax here on... Oh, the timing, he isn't check... Oh my god, Fleerax, no way. He's there, he's... No, Topa gets a frag. Fleerax gets the info. World Damkado strong with the M4s. And this B-side push seems to be shut down. And Sonic can make great work. Of the Deagle
How
now.
have they given him that? He's on the head angle, so it sort of accommodates his 5 HP, but... No one can connect that head, and Topa's just killed his teammate. It's come down to a 1v1. Onyx gonna tap the bomb. Wide swing. Topa's facing the wrong way because he wanted to swap to the rifle. The last thing he expected was the double aggression from Onyx and a 4K in the round. TNL make it 4 and a round. that after everything that happened, they had no business in winning. Passion UA had outpositioned them, had outgunned them at every hurdle. Oh, this is brutal.
This is a goofy round. Multiple
the team kill as well.
fumbles. Oh. Yeah. And Onyx was so low. Like, that's the one guy you can't deal with. It's a 4-piece for Onyx, and well, the 4th round for TNL as well, which breaks Passion UA's economy again, and it just feels like such a bad round to lose, really. Would have been close to wiping TNL's economy as well there if they didn't get the plan, so... And didn't win the round, so yeah, Passion UA, they'll be on a big setback again. The Eagles will be good for initial headshot. Actually, Jacasmo gets one as well. Hold on now. TNL are now at the backhand of this. Woro still wants to get aggressive. There's a 2-player advantage. How do they want to play it? Just group up, peek together, take another guy down. And for now, it's only Karen to find the frag. It's a 2v5 to be recovered. Still, the Eagle buys, so... There's a world. Kvem burns up as well. AK has been retrieved for Demka. A lot of presence storage short. As the bomb gets planted, Cairn tries to fend off these players. Demka pushes in and Topa delivers a headshot through the smoke as well. It's a great recovery round from Passion UA to make them feel like they can still do this.
That's a good recovery round there out of Passion. 4 players staying alive as well. Finding those AK-47s does them a lot of favors. They go into further rounds. Look at this. Just a showcase of raw skill, raw mechanics out of those Desert Eagles. A little reminder that, yeah, they've got what it takes. When it comes to teams like this, and this is becoming more and more apparent, just sort of across the board in CS as we've got these like super young talented players that are coming in. The mechanical ability is just nuts, and it feels like so many of these force buy rounds where you just have Deagles and Tech-9s and things like that are converting off of just moments like that, right? Doesn't matter what gun you've got, if you're holding bang on the corner, somebody peeks and you smash the head. You could have any weapon. So, but it's a good start, blowing that smoke open. Get some info, gets a kill. But teed up for a freebie of his own, though.
Look at the cash on side of TNL, like, it's still there, so Passion UA will have to work extra hard to make this comeback true, but this would be the round to start making some holes in it. Topa in a great position, gets a frag. Molly is there, actually a lot of damage dealt. Niffy and Dowie, surely not another round like this, but Woro, he's on the off. The low HP doesn't matter, still gotta hit the shot, and he seems to be unaware of Dowie, who just has gotten one for free. Jacasmo gets a refrag, and it's Niffy in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. Smoke blurs the vision for a little while, but as soon as it fades, they should have a good position to peek together. Oh, wait, Niffy isolates the angle, and where has Demka gone? Well, he arrives from window and still secures the frag. Crisis averted, but it's another round where it just looks all so shaky from Passion UA. Another huge 2v3 that you should have just shut down immediately. Started off by a great smoke headshot by Topa. But then in the end there, man, Niffy is looking so dangerous today. Onyx as well.
Yeah, he is. I mean, you're right, though. It's another round that, like, you know, just about gets over the line. A real scrap. Kazmo in the corner. Yeah, light work of that one. They've got a really good setup here on long. Yeah, this is just straight into the blender for TNL. Getting rolled.
Yeah, this was the round where, like, if they lose it, their cash is gone. So the fact that they almost, I don't want to say give it away, but just play so recklessly, it seems, just pushing in, going for the big plays, but getting immediately shut down. This test of Passion UA's defense. Passes with flying colors. Leaving Onyx in a 1v4 and, well, perhaps a dream to take away some of the M4s. He still has the bomb. As long as Passion UA don't want to really aggress towards long, pick up some goodies in the form of AKs before it's, while it's too early. Should be an equalizer, 4-4. Man, I think we're setting up for very exciting grand finals. I would love to see that fifth map of Train again. I might be getting ahead of myself. I mean, there's still a couple of hours until we get there, but I think the start is nice, right? We have probably the biggest A map that there is, followed by the puggiest map that there is, followed by like a somewhat tactical map, and then T aggression, and finally the most strategical map in the pool in this best of 5 final. I'd call it the most one, no?
Yeah, a map that, I mean, we are seeing teams start to pick up more now, so it's not sort of untested territory for many anymore, but, yeah, still a map that a lot of teams haven't got too many reps in on, and that really does apply to these two sides here as well. You look at the first 4 maps of this veto, and they've got a lot of reps in. More than sort of 10, 15 plus on most of them when it comes to train. Yeah, Passion UA have played it 5 times. TNL have played it 4 times in the last 3 months. There really isn't too much there. It's a big kill onto Topa early on, though.
Yeah, sorry to talk over you, but it's a big one, especially because you just have the scout, right? Like, this is your biggest investment. And Onyx has managed to find one. If he can tag them up a little bit, I mean, Deagle should be good work. At that point, 1 shot, 1 kill, finish the job. So, although this round should pack absolutely no punch for TNL, it still looks dangerous. And knowing how on the edge Passion UA have been in some of these you'd call easy to convert rounds. I mean, it kind of comes down to Jacasmo getting a double here. If he only gets 1, that's still an AK to be picked up. That's still a player advantage. And all that Passion UA get out of that duel is some extra information, which won't give them too much if TNL don't want to go too aggressive here. Let them panic. Game plan. Zonic is still long range, should be able to pick up some players getting aggressive. Passion UA are scrambling a little bit, trying to figure out where these players have gone off to. They leave Onyx towards long, which is great, because I thought was going to put some more pressure on it. No, seems to just go for the rotation, and for the time being, B-side is completely open. Moro should beat them on the timing, but again, it's not a weapon that's good for multi-fragging, and you need 2 out of this engagement. Ooh. Alright.
Bad time to miss. They're going to be able to get onto this B site. A couple of kills found on the cross, and they're actually just going to try and force the issue before that bomb goes down. That works quite nicely for them.
I guess scope was the issue.
5 to 4.
Went without it. Got the kill easy.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the way. Scope just gets in the way, man.
It's true. Not a noob. You gotta ascend to the level where the scope is not necessary anymore.
You an MW2 ballista user?
Oh, that could have been a call out, man. I saw it. I saw it flash before my eyes. It's a miss. An opportunity given early to TNL, where actually now they're the ones who kind of have to get some rounds on the board, because this is, well, all of their money gone. Some util is there, should be good for maybe a small fake, but really just 1 execute. And Damka stays tall again. He has been great all throughout this first map. Actually 12 on the board, the only one in double digits kill-wise. Catches 1 almost for free on Fleerax, who has just had a very slow start to the game.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see out of Fleerax, to be honest. He's normally one of the harder hitters on that sniper. The 1 kill that he did find was an absolute monster shot, but he hasn't been able to repeat it.
Damn.
Them cut through the smoke. Oh, this is all going wrong.
Actually, they're gonna push B. Damka could be a little bit overwhelmed if timing is not good, but Quam still gets a headshot. Karen is on a quick backstab, catches the CT player, which leaves Damka in a position where he's in a 1v2, tries to get away, but Niffy will gun him down, and once again, it's a 2v4 that simply turns into a recoverable round for TNL. As they get the bomb plant down, Karen is a bullet away from dying, so Niffy has to be the big hitter here. Probably wants to get just a little bit aggressive, get some information. He knows that if they sit and wait, Passion UA should have the advantage on paper, so Niffy on for the peek. He's there, but taken down. Karen in a 1v2. Long range angle. Needs to hit the first headshot and tuck away, but it's Topa to arrive. and get the shot off. 6 on the board for Passion UA, and a really good recovery after what seemed like, as you said, a staple from TNL, losing the pistol, but then just dominating in the next couple.
It's another one of these shaky buys as well. I'm not the biggest fan of this. TNL finding themselves in just a really awkward spot now. AK's on 3, Galil's out on Onyx and Fleerax. The other side of things, Passion UA are pumped up. Right, find a couple of rounds at the half. They can start to splash their cash a little bit. 2 AWPs. They got all the bells and whistles to work with here. TNL maybe just group up and go for a B split.
They haven't really done that,
and
and I feel like that's something you should test at one point, right? Because a good old mid and B split, like, it can work pretty nicely, and especially with kind of what we saw on B side in the previous rounds. Like, it is, I'd say, the worst side defense-wise for Passion UA. Still gotta get past Waro, who hasn't had the flashiest of starts, but should be good for just a standard run-of-the-mill hit here to get 1 frag if they over-aggress. TNL still trying to figure things out. Nice damage on Onyx, and now the call is there. Let's just fast push A, smoke the molly, try to push through the smoke. This gets messy. The idea is not really there anymore. Kvem is going to find Onyx, and now they're just scrambling back. The double AVP setup good for now, but wait. Smoke fades, that's huge. Oh, Waro misses, but Kvem does not. Waro now stuck, still gets a frag out in the open. Not good for the second, but it's nifty 1v4. Him against the world. Passion UA get the round on the board. Bit of a scrambly one from both sides. TNL certainly at the end of like, let's push A. Oh, there's a volley. Ah, there's a smoke. Okay, let's like. It was a little bit messy, and especially how things have been going.
It just felt so indecisive. It felt so indecisive. The molly goes down, they insta-smoke it, and they're like, okay, let's go. They start running through the smoke, and then just before they emerge at the other side, someone makes the call to say, no, actually, that's a bad idea, let's go back B. But at that point, you don't really have any info, you don't really have any map control, you don't know if anyone's pushed tunnels or anything. It's a real mess.
Look at them.
This again, they've lost so much space, didn't they? Top mid. Ay. Big shot from the Kvem.
Still a push towards B, though. Kvem finds another dude. He should be the main opper. Oh my god! He's insane. We didn't even get to see the second shot, but that's 5 kills for Kvem with the big green in 2 rounds played. As Waro blows open the smoke, he misses, but guess what? There's the other AVP there, Kvem. And of course, dude, that's a no-scope. Excuse me, Waro, but you should take some notes. That's an insane round from Kvem. 4 kills, 2 in the previous. I guess we're not going to see the replays because the last round, but that's a shame, man. That's a beautiful double from Kvem. And we have a case coming up, so let's hope a beautiful drop as well, because honestly, this Galaxy battle, like, no cap, it has been bad. It has been bad in the skin department, at least from the maps that I've been watching.
I had one, what we hit, actually, I've had an alright run with it. 2 of my games, we had a Deagle print stream, and then the next day we had gloves.
Damn.
So
I have not seen a print stream in a while.
But outside of that, it's been a bit pants, but we're just warming up. We're warming up. MP9 food chain, congratulations. We've still got, it's a best of 5, right? We've got plenty of skins to give away in this one, so stick around. !Galaxy to get involved. TNL need to get involved. They are having a slow day at the office, a very slow start to it at least. Fleerax is 2-9. And they are 8-4 down. But if they can win this pistol round, they can be right back in the running. That's for sure. So, time to lock in, boys.
Well, TNL did look like the pistol round specialists. A very clean setup they had. Good aim as well. Yeah, the worst part here is that this is TNL's map pick. Like, if you don't make the comeback now, it's just going to be a really poor start. Well, both on paper, but that doesn't matter too much, because second map is second map still. But just mentally, right? Like, your map pick, probably your best map if you pick it first, unless some 200 IQ moves are going on. But for now, has looked quite one-sided, especially when we talk about rifle rounds. Topa is going to advance towards mid. There's a lot of information given to TNL. But information gives you small bits. In the pistol, you still need to connect the shots, but it's Topa to find the first. Dawi comes in with a big USP triple. Kvem shuts him down. Wuro finds another, but now he's left in a 1v3. Bomb. Oh no, he picks it up. Alright, well, should still be good for the plant. Onyx tries to arrive in time to deny it. Might go for the jump on. He actually wants to fake it out. Gets a dink in. Tries to go for the frag, but Fleerax hits the shot. The dinked up player delivers, and that's a huge pistol round to convert for TNL, keeping themselves close in the game.
Right back in the picture. That's all it really takes here in MR12. You have an 8-4 half. You feel like all the odds are against you. Passion UA, you feel like you've had a great show, but it can all start to unravel very, very quickly. They go for the force buy here. 2 M4s, 3 MP9s. If it doesn't work out... sorry. Not the force buy. I've got the team switched in my head for some reason. It's a little bit of a force out of Passion UA.
I mean, you have 10 Ukrainians on the server. Like, I think you're excused. I think they've actually played for... Some of these players have played for the other organization as well. Quick push towards short. Molly comes in. What the bomb? Alright, well, that's a round.
Oops. Yeah.
That's it.
Sorry, guys. I've messed up. He's just going to make light work of them now. Picking him up with the MP9 as well. That's what you like to see. 3K maybe. No, Dabby steals it. It's alright. 8-6. Decent bit of change. Racked up there with the SMG kills. Waro only down to a scout here in the buy round. That's kind of the issue when you're going for the buy like they did in the last. You know, a couple of bits of Kevlar, a couple of upgraded pistols. You're just investing that little too much. See what Waro can do with his scout.
What scares me a little bit is the fact that, like, TNL have a 55% win rate on the T side, so they're not playing on the worst side, which is fine, like 45 people okay. Passion UA, they played this 6 times, they have a 63% conversion rate on the T side. Kvem starts to show us why. Like, this should still be a really difficult map for TNL to convert, as now they're on the worst side, Passion UA on the better one, but this is that tier 3 special, baby, you know, this is where things sometimes don't go according to statistics. But this would be a big round for Passion UA to convert. A very expensive one to lose as well. So they're going to be just slowly but surely walking down towards long. The boost is spotted. Dawi still spams one through the smoke. Now Topa wants to arrive quickly on the side, but they got to be careful of Onyx, who is just staying tucked in. 2 MP9 headshots would be needed. The boost is spotted. Onyx activates, but Topa stays on the mission. Quick adjustment. Makes light work of the side players. Wuro now connects the headshot. It seems like this round is still locked in for Passion UA, as they're looking to advance to 9. And if possible, take away this M4 as well. Make it as expensive as possible for TNL.
Just when you start sort of getting things working right. I think, okay. One final step away from closing up this scoreline. The task becomes trickier. The gap becomes wider. 6 becomes 9. Fleerax will at least be able to hold on to that M4. They'll have a little bit of money to buy around it. Remember, they were on a bonus. They had 3 MP9s in play that round, so we will see a better buy to come here in the 16th. But it does need to be around with some success. Only the single casualty for Passion UA in that last round will do them some favours as well. That money thriving. I'm ready to run it back.
So a fast approach towards mid. Smoke is there deployed by TNL, but We're really making light work of these angles. Dude, he's already through the smoke. Has to be really careful of CT though, but I mean, at this point, this is just not expected at all. I might not be aware of the MP9 player, but at this point, it seems like the round is already figured out. Unless they can slow down these players. They're still trying to clear out B. Bomb is dropped. The MP9 player on site has to find a frag, but it's Onic to go down quite cluelessly. Jackasmo still there. The boost doesn't work out. That's quick aim. And so swift from Passion UA. A very good idea in mind. Wuro kind of pushes down the gas pedal, finds an opening. The rest of the team is there to respond in time. And I mean, they top things off with great aim. So a very clean round for Passion UA here. Pushes TNL to the break of their economy.
That's a rough one to lose. That really is. I'll be on a full eco here. Have to give up 11. This is their map pick as well, remember. Things not going to get any easier as we move over to Mirage. Decent start from Kreb. Will eventually be traded, but they should just be able to shut this down. God. Wow, Topa. Last bullet there. Saves the embarrassment.
You know what's crazy? I didn't even notice. Dust 2 kind of needs to be won by Passion UA, just because if you look at the map pool, we have Dust 2, that's like 33% for Passion UA, 50 for TNL, we're cool. Mirage is kind of 50-50 as well. Ancient is a 91% win rate for TNL, so you're almost, well, putting them down as the winners there, right? So that's one. And then if it goes to Train, well, that's a map where they actually have a 100% win rate for the time being. 4 maps played, but that's still a pretty jarring statistic. So I think for Passion UA, like, this map win goes a long way. Because if they don't get this and they only win their picks, well, even if you win Mirage and Anubis, like, you're pretty much expected to lose Ancient. And, well, Train is just not in your favor either in terms of the stats. So this would be a huge map to convert for Passion UA, but by no means I think this is over yet.
Marax. On the angle, it's going to be Davy this time to draw first blood. This is a must-win round for TNL. Traded back out 1 for 1. Passion UA don't have to full commit to this B site, but they might want to. Demka's got the timing. His tag can super low, surely. No way he loses this fight. Molly will put on the pressure. And he can just keep them busy now. He's got them locked in. Passion UA, so much leverage to head elsewhere. It's a nice shot from Flearex, though, finally waking up when he needs to. They could do with another hit.
Well, that exposes it, but Niffy is there. They're not ready for him on the head glitch, but now they know there's an opera on the other side. Flearex has to hit the shot, and he does, as it's now a 1v3 for Demka. He'll ride from short. Flearex has been so good, but so has Demka. Now 15 and 8. Drops in the molly as well. Karen, who's low, is still in the mix. Wants to aggress, wants to get out in the open on low HP. That's a crazy play. But Karen still wins it out. Feel like that could have been an easy clutch for Demka if he just connected that one bullet. Instead, TNL win around is, as you said, is just such an important one for them to at least keep themselves in the game. It's still an expensive one, so actually the buy is still going to be on, looking a little bit down. But a FAMAS and an MP9 in the mix. Right, it's an M4 actually. Boost comes through. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Let's go A, guys. Let's just go A as quickly as possible. Like, they already want to take aggressive long control, but the smoke certainly delays things, so... TNL, whoa, Niffy. That's a crazy shot. Keep spamming, and Jacasmo staying in the smoke. Not the best decision there.
Okay, well... Number 19 is another one that has to go TNL's way, and it starts off nicely for them. Topa creeping his way around. behind this smoke. Could be quite dangerous, but needs to be careful here. Fem's the one waiting for him, and they're going to try and split B.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's still a 2v4, and you have an MP9 on Onyx. Like, it's a difficult defense here to work out. Onyx actually wants to push up, but he's being hurt. Dawi gets a frag. Dawi with the double. Kvem gets one, and now he knows where Dawi is. Rotations are trying to arrive. Kvem with a clean shot. Wuro 2K holding the line, though. They peek in. He tags them up, but can't take them down. And now Kvem is left in a 1v3 where he tries to fake plant the bomb. They will want to rush in, but still holding the line. Just an impossible clutch to attempt there for Kvem. Means TNL get another, keep themselves in the game, and bring Passion UA to a bye where their economy is broken if they can't win it. We still have the AKs going. Topo has decided to buy a Tech 9 for now. Not sure what the idea is there. Seems to go for the Deagle instead. 63% win rate on the T side. Big miss by Fleerax. Had to hit the shot. Wuro 2K still gets lit up as he's unable to get some damage on either. Nice blow up of the smoke. Fleerax gets the frag out in the open. Delivers so much impact. Difficult to deal with him. In the last couple of rounds, as Karen is going to find another. Wuro gets a refrag with the scout. The 3v4, good flash. Niffy gets the frag. And Passion UA don't exactly know how to deal with this continuous aggression from TNL. Can't exactly take mid. Continuous peaks come in from Fleerax. There's a short push as well, and TNL starting to show a little bit of dominance on this map. Feeling confident, going for plays that require it. And that's the round.
Finding their groove a little bit here. This is what we need to see. Better stuff. Finally. From TNL hitting their form and... well, Passion absolutely will call a pause. Topa used this as a bit of an opportunity. Took things over. Work out what has been going wrong in these last few rounds, because it's been far from perfect. There's a lot of holes to patch up.
All right. Onyx trying to hype them up. It starts to feel real now, right? 3 rounds, you can call that a proper streak. You'd need 3 more to push this to overtime, 4 to win it. Still feels like Passion UA should get to overtime with ease, but the rounds really are starting to dry up. This one should be an easy 10th for TNL, at which point you pretty much have 2 good rifle rounds left, right? To convert 2 rounds. Not exactly all that easy.
Yeah, this is where the going gets tough. Pistols across the board here for Passion UA. And if it's just going to flash into long as well. Get that information that they are lingering just outside the tunnels. No commitments yet, but whilst there won't be a kill, there'll be good damage, valuable info. You can start to rotate pieces as a result. Davi now going to be focused more heavily on mid. Should hear them here. They're making a bit of noise.
Best play would have been to like go towards double doors and try to go B, but the A setup looks really strong, right? You have 2 immediate responders and then Niffy there as well. Flash comes in. The Deagle should be promptly shut down as Fleerax puts in the first bullet. Kvem gets one back, so Cairn is on an island of his own for a little bit till Niffy arrives, gets a shot in, and then Kvem just slides the bop, sprays that too, and finishes off in style with Dawi's nade. Very easy business there for TNL. They get themselves up to the double digits, and we start to get a feel for how the whole series might go. Very back and forth action. Seemed like Passion UA had figured it out at 11-6, but now 4 straight have inspired TNL to maybe just win it all here. And that sounds crazy to say that, like, Passion UA has 62% win rate on the T side. And TNL actually don't prefer playing CT because, you know, that's not what we see on the server.
One round that separates these two teams, and with it being a bye up here, it does actually mean that Passion UA losing it would likely lose them the lead. They wouldn't have a whole lot to work with in the next. I mean, dependent on how this one goes. Maybe they lose it, they save a few players or something, then they would have another investment, but need to focus up. I mentioned yesterday, I love all of Topa's pink gear. I have a pink mouse, pink keyboard, pink chair. I couldn't get the pink headset. I'm jealous.
I hear you. Passion UA maybe want to cool things down a little bit. Previously, they tried to go very aggressive with these rifle rounds. Now they're waiting for TNL's aggression, because that's something that we've seen a lot from them on the CT side. They've kind of been dictating the pace, you know, going for early peaks with the AVP towards mid. You had a short player activated as well. I actually do like what Passion UA are doing here. They're trying to slow things down, punish the peaks by TNL, and ultimately try to play their game after the initial aggression and utility has faded out. Talking about that, smoke is going to be redeployed towards short. So with a minute left on the clock, Passion UA have taken map control. It's still big bits to be cleared to get to either bomb site. Nice smoke spam goes down on Demko. Oh my god. There's no tracers there. That's pure muscle memory. Just visualizes where the player is, catches the headshot, and that's a big opener for the Passion UA lineup. Woro is holding down the line, and Passion UA slowly but surely want to move back towards B. Oh, Ane Woro there is lucky to be alive. Get some ding damage in. But they want to push towards B. Is completely open. Gamble stack is horrible for TNL. Passion UA should be taking the side with ease. Even they're like, well, where are they? Like, there's nobody. Not even double doors? Well, I guess that's a save.
Either they're making the call to save, or they're going to take the scenic route. It's a bit of a weird one because they've got money. So,
yeah,
you know, with Passion UA hitting 12, TNL saving 4 weapons here doesn't really do them a lot of favors because they'll go into the next round with loads of cash, and frankly more than they'll need. So, even though, don't get me wrong, I don't fancy their chances with a man disadvantage on a B site retake with no util. It is a bit of a weird call to make to go for that A gamble stack and then instantly just call the save when the answer's wrong. It's going to be Passion UA hitting 12. TNL still chasing their tails here a little bit. They've done a lot to pull this back and stay relevant in this map. That could all go to waste if they cannot win the next 2 and take us to OT.
It is indeed a bit of a weird call, because also the cash on Passion UA's side was low. So, like, look at Kvem, right? He has 2.3k. If you were able to eliminate his AK, then he's not able to buy up nearly as much util as he has. Well, it's a call nevertheless. Fleerax will remain on the AVP. That's certainly an integral piece of this defense put up by TNL. And Passion UA have kind of figured out how TNL play, which is a lot of aggression early on. And, well, there's Karen to show it. They should be ready for this. This has been that signature move, especially with the nade now. Noise being made. Surely you expect this. Karen seems to gather that as well, so he gets away. Demka actually tagged up through the wall there a little bit, I think. But very aggressive mid-control still.
Gets away with that.
Yeah.
Running all the way up to the barrels and then just saying, all right, well, no one wants to fight. I'll go all the way back again.
Why?
Oh, no.
Damn,
wow,
that's the bait and
rough.
switch, huh? That's, yeah, I mean, the fact that they saw the op and still just decided to fully commit and dry peek him is crazy. But it kind of works out with a nice bait and switch. You still have to worry about Dawi, though. He's kind of lurking up towards upper tunnels, so not posing too much of a threat for now. He actually wants to backtrack back to B. Dry peeking the op again, but it keeps working out. Onyx tries to get away from the angle. Topa gets some damage in. Now you know about 2 of these players. Maybe you just want to go back to B This rotation will be heard, so Dawi still arrives there. Onyx is on the other side with the op, wants to swing out, punished by Jacasmo, and it has to be the Dawi masterclass on B as he falls. It feels like it all could be over, with Jacasmo getting another crucial frag, and it's Cairn against the world, a 1v4 of dreams necessary. They blow open the smoke, some extra tag damage dealt, but you can see what it means to them. Passion UA are happy to convert this first map, picked by TNL. And I think the bigger part is here that, like, they lost 4 in a row. It started to look real bad if they didn't win that round 22 with the rifles. But they do manage to find a way. 13 to 10. A close affair, and hopefully a sign of what's to come.
Hopefully, yeah. Some big stuff, especially out of Kvem there. He had a great game, 22 and 14. But over on the other side, yeah, some of the TNL boys just not hitting when they needed to. Fleerax had a very slow start to this game. And then even towards the end, you look at some of those key jewels. I'll be honest, that first shot in mid there was just unlucky. It really did feel like the crosshair was on the man. But CS2 sometimes can sort of elude you a little bit like that. But missing some of those key shots, if he hits that shot there, I actually think they can maybe take that round their way, but everything just starts going wrong off of the back of it. Good stuff though from Passion UA, no doubt about that. Kvem, that MVP, again, does not surprise me. Now they go into their map pick a Mirage. As I said yesterday, they didn't look very good on Mirage at all, but they should still be feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's their pick. They're also kind of mentally now up ahead. Like, they've beaten their opponents on a really good map. I don't know, sometimes your opponent is just having a really good day. We'll see if that good day continues on Mirage, as we have the Sand Extravaganza today. I believe Anubis in the mix as well. Yeah, going on a break, returning with the map pick of TNL. See you guys on the other side. Welcome back to more sand. More sand, I guess. Dust 2 ends 13-10. We now have Mirage coming up in this Ukrainian derby of Galaxy Battle Phase 1 finisher. Alongside me, as always, we have M&J, and we technically should still have quite exciting matchup coming up. Even though TNL lose out on their map pick, now they'll have a good chance to convert on a map that maybe didn't look as particularly strong yesterday from the side of Passion UA. It will be Mirage.
Yeah, I'm still not sort of super confident for them yet. I think that they had a great showing on Dust too, but I am a little bit worried about the fact that, yeah, their Mirage just looked weak yesterday. And yeah, they need to have fixed that. And there hasn't been a lot of time to fix that. So we'll see. We'll see how things go as we move into it. For TNL, not looking the most motivated I've ever seen them, but it's time to lock in, boys. Top. Wow. Okay, Topa.
Somebody trains his legs. Oh, yeah.
In his pants.
Well, yeah, well, I guess that's the perk of playing from home. Don't need them.
That's me.
That's something.
In an office, in a job interview or a work meeting. I've got a shirt on, and below that, I'm in my Ghostbusters pants, bro. I'm telling you. Alrighty.
The pandemic kind of ruined all of us.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. I just get half dressed now.
Alright, well, on a bit of a funny note, I guess we're ready to start with Mirage. Seems like everyone is back in the chairs, back in the seats. And pistol round will be coming up. TNL have chosen to start on the CT side. Side on which, on Mirage, they have a 64% win rate. That is a big statistic to keep in mind. It's actually for Passion UA, their better side is the T side by a mile. That mile being a 14% difference. So I think both teams are actually happy with how this is starting. But certainly TNL have big shoes to fill here. Push goes on towards B. Niffy can hit a single player with the dualies, but Onyx has been locked in some of these previous rounds. Good shots. Gets a double. The triple from Onyx is insane. Demka will punch one back, but it's still a difficult 2v3 conversion needed. As Cairn isolates his duel, Dawi does so as well, and that's a big pistol round win for TNL.
Yeah, it wasn't a must, but it was a round that they really felt like they needed, right? Get off to a good start here on Mirage, get that ball rolling. That is exactly what they will do. So, into round number 2, it's a full eco here for Passion UA. They got really nothing out of that round to justify an investment here. 2 kills, but no bomb plant, nothing like that. No knife kills or any cash injection worthwhile. So, 3 MP9s, 2 M4s. What we saw TNL go for on their CT second round buy on Dust 2 as well. They were able to convert against the eco, but when the buy round came about, yeah, they were sort of still playing bonus with those 3 MP9s. It didn't work out for them, and it sort of stopped that momentum. So it'd be interesting to see how things work out here.
Niffy has made his way all the way to come in with the backstab.
Wow.
Takes 2 dings to finish things off, and that is a really, really clean round coming in from TNL. All 5 rifles and SMGs will be kept as well, meaning that a nice cash injection is certainly in place. It can get a little bit messy with 3 MP9s, but Passion UA are the ones having to worry a little bit as the full buy comes through. A little bit light on the utility department, as per expected. 65% win rate on the CT side. That's crazy. It actually on Dust 2 as well. Like, it was really one-sided. In terms of what both teams preferred, it was the T side actually. This is that TNL CT side setup. That's a good use of the MP9. Just disrespect. Man, he was heard like a mile away. He just banked on his aim converting it. And it's such a huge pickup. $600. There's also now Niffy. Dropped an nade. I think that'll do some nice damage as well. Again, these are MP9s, so every bit really helps. First rifle round looking really dry for Passion UA. Nice flash comes in. Jacasmo ready for it though. And they do know where the flash came from. But there's two more on the other side. Dawi's AK, she has upgraded to, does great work. Karen gets one, drops down, tries to push Fam, force the issue, and get the frag out of Palace. Karen will finish the business. TNL come in with yet another clean round. This being 3 now for TNL. I will say that I think both of us have kind of a different perspective on Passion UA's Mirage. Because you get to watch them in the semis where, well, I saw the scoreline and from what you say, you know, they just did not look good. Well, I actually saw them playing against 9, which was their pick as well. Second map, they lost the first, and Mirage was like a 13-2. Like, they looked really, really good on Mirage. So, yeah, it could be just one of those things where sometimes you're feeling it, sometimes you're not. Passion UA are feeling it. The TNL do need this round buffer that they're slowly but surely building up, trying to overwhelm the player on ace site. Jacasmo will actually get a double with the Tech 9, but Karen is there. They'd love to retrieve a rifle, but it will be denied. Sprain comes in from Karen. Wuro hits the shot. 1v2 for Wuro necessary, but he still has not managed to pick up a rifle.
A couple of nice shots being hit. I mean, to be honest, right, the scoreline being one-sided and being close sometimes really doesn't make a lot of difference. I think you've actually got to, like, watch the whole game to interpret whether or not it was a close affair. I think in CS2, with so few gun rounds, it can just be very easy to just, you know, lose a couple of those swing rounds and just completely lose control of a game. And I really think that the difference between losing, like, 13-5 and losing 13-9 or 13-10 can really not make a lot of difference, right? It is literally the equivalent of maybe converting, like, one gun round that then forces your opponents onto an eco, and all of a sudden that scoreline looks a little more palatable. But this time, super aggressive. I like this. Can't play all the way through the smoke, but someone wants to pop flash him. Perhaps he will. Pressure's on regardless. Topa will get on out of there. He'll come and join his teammates. He'll be the retriever of the bomb. They pursue this A-bomb site.
Spam him down. Niffy will catch the frag though. It's a fast execution towards the ace site. Topa will still manage to get one. Care now out and exposed in the open, but that allows Niffy to activate. As the stairs player is dealt with, they still know there's one CT. Niffy real low, one wallbang bullet or two could do it. It's Wuro to find him. Dawi now has to go big on the connector player as the initial shots miss. So does Kovam. But finally finding the headshot. A Fleerax 1v3 would not be an unlikely precedent, as he looks really good on Dust 2. But Passion UA need to make a mistake, need to give him an opening. Looking to plant the bomb. Fleerax will jump up on the box, not accounting for Wuro's angle. And Passion UA will find their first.
Perhaps the start of better things to come, but it hasn't been a very good start to the game for them so far. Money still reasonable here for the boys on TNL. Down to 0 after this buy, but rifles to work with at least.
This is a very one-sided setup from Passion UA. All 5 just for a quick B hit. I like it. There's nobody really home. The short player Dawi needs to deliver. Azonic actually is going to find one. Excuse me? Alright. They don't even get out of apps. Double setup works out beautifully. Dawi will get his second of the round. And that leaves Wuro. Actually his third one, excuse me. He just did everything there. Side player didn't even need to worry. Wuro dodges the nade, but very clean round from TNL. You can see they can be just surprised. It certainly is a play that I was not expecting for sure. You know, 20 seconds in, rifle v rifle, like just a 5-stack B. Push it. It's all getting shut down by Dawi and Niffy.
Right back the other way we go. Round number 7. Passion UA at least can reinvest. If there's one thing that they can feel somewhat of a relief about. It's the loss bonus. It will give them as many chances with those rifles as possible, but whether or not they'll seize them is another question. Mirage may have been a little bit of a mistake. Still early doors. Anything can happen. Nothing set in stone yet. Davi elbow spotted, but he has the information. There's two top mid as well. Goes both ways.
Well, that's a clean pickup. Moro will get one back, but it does seem like a lot of times TNL just get a pick for free. Passion UA's refrag game has maybe not been as on point as much as they wanted. I don't know how Fleerax finds him, but he does. Demka goes down, and if he is so far aggressive, I think he heard Waro's footsteps. So it's a lot of information. Jakazmo will deliver damage, but the play should be found out. Niffy has made his way all the way down towards Palace, but it does mean that A is actually completely open, so a bit of a weird timing for Passion UA here, but they've caught the wind of it perfectly. The stairs player, though, Karen peeks at the perfect timing. Jakazmo now knows. And he gets a frag. Alright, well, Waro is still looking to get towards side, and the crazy part is that, like, Niffy just does not seem to peek. I guess they want to play on retake and Niffy with a quick backstab. That's a way to play it. With 25 seconds left on the Glock, you do have to get the bomb down eventually. Sooner than later, if possible. Clearing the angles, Waro gets a spot in, but now look at Niffy. Perfect timing. Jakazmo now in a 1v2. The bomb has been dropped, and Niffy plays this one perfectly as Jakazmo picks up the bomb. Gets the frag. Wait, I do not know if there's time. I don't think there is. Yeah, that's a millisecond away from a great 1v3 clutch, but it will be the 6th for TNL. Very small margins there.
Oh yeah, just tiny. TNL will take them all day long. Feeling a little bit hard done by. They weren't able to close Dust 2. And that is going to be something, you know, the deeper you get into a best of 5, a map loss then prolongs things. It's something that doesn't necessarily have as much weight behind it in a best of 3. You know, you lose your map pick, okay, you got to play a third, but you lose your map pick in a best of 5, and then you end up in this position where, you know, you don't then get your next map pick until map 3. If you then win that, then you have to play a 4th, maybe even a 5th, and yeah, it gets tough. Ideally, want to just be closing out when the opportunities are there. They weren't able to take it. Now they need to give Passion UA a taste of their own medicine. Rifles out, Fleerax on that AWP. He's had a decent start here, better than what we saw on Dust 2, that's for sure. Over on Passion, Vem, Topa, the weakest links. Not normally the case, especially not for Grem. He's the hardest hitter on this team. At every duel, a swing and a miss so far here on Mirage.
Yeah, now it gets to the point where, like, if you still want to have a chance at converting this map, like, it has to happen now. Otherwise, your economy is on $50, 0 for Topa. That's like 8 to 1, seems almost done and dusted, alright? So this is the round for Passion UA to start pushing down the gas pedal. Demka can't exactly aggress. It's a nice utility setup from the B anchor. That pushes Passion UA to consider other options. They're looking to get into A. Some shots. There's taking control of Waro, just glides in, gets a headshot in. Fleerax, though, out in the open, gets a shot, and now Karen is a good position as well, which is just difficult to clear, especially with that CT player setup. They're walking into 3 now. Fleerax and Jakazmo with the frags. Karen gets a double as he activates, and this is a great setup from TNL again. You can start to see why they have 65% win rate on the CT side, I believe. They're really good at it. The setups have looked clean, and with 20 seconds left, there's just no business to do anything there. Yeah, 65% CT side, man. That's a rarity. You don't see that often.
You really don't. Certainly not at the moment. Passion, you can see, looking a little bit nervy. Both teams in that boat, though. It's the grand finals. Pressure's on, of course. The nerves can get the better of you at times. We saw a couple of little moments of that on Dust too. That's only going to get worse as we get deeper into the series. On 9, here we go.
Jacasmo just runs him down with the Tech 9. Maybe that's what they need, a switch of pace. Cairn is still out in the open, but overwhelmed, and that's the Pistols now taking down 2 rifles, and this time they should be able to retrieve at least one. Clem has picked it up. The plant will be there as well. It seems like a change of pace is the answer to this rock-solid CT side of TNL so far. Actually, their cash is really low as well, given that it's 7-1. So you go for this round, you lose the AKs, you put yourself on USPs. That should mean that Passion UA are able to get the third. This would, well, if the last round I was like, you know, go on, this is your round, then I guess they make good work of this one. But you still need to just run down the time a little bit more. Ideally, Quam does not go for the peak. Smokes are laid down. Waro comes in with a 6 shot. The bomb is tapped. Damka... what? No time.
Oh god.
That's a interesting ending. Dawi with nice frags.
Wow.
Confused me.
I mean, it kind of makes sense when you look at it from a distance that Fleerax just gets out of there with that AWP, but Davi's just there in the trenches, fighting them all, and at this point, Fleerax has already pulled the plug and run away. If he was there with Davi, he just jumps on that defuse, maybe there's a slim chance they can make something happen, but yeah, not right there. 7-2. It's a reasonable round back for Passion UA, but one that, of course, losing every member. Let's leave them a little strapped for cash. Stove up, Fleerax. Oh, misses. Lucky to get away with his life there. Start to back off.
Casmo was expecting the boost. I still feel like this could be a close round. I mean, we saw this on Dust as well, where Passion UA actually had quite some troubles converting against these misfit buys, these curveballs of like an AVP, you'd have a Deagle, USPs, but seems to have fixed it for now. The AVP most likely to remain in play. Maybe Fleerax can get off some of these rifles as well, but Passion UA making a slow but sure recovery in the first half. I know it was 7-1, but you still have to consider that for TNL, the CD side of Mirage, stats-wise, is like your Anubis T side, right? 65% win rate on CT is, again, definitely show the receipts in these first 10 rounds, but it maybe worries me just a tad bit, you know, what happens when you switch sides. Nine-round finish here would be ideal for TNL.
Yeah.
To do that, this would be the round to win, because you still have quite a lot of expenses here. 2.4k loss bonus means you don't have much to bring into the next round if you lose this.
Well, a round that TNL are sort of expected to lose there in that last. You know, they just had that AWP saved. There's some pistols around it, but the window smoke. Fleerax actually playing right through it. He's going to get on bench. He has a deep angle. And wriggling his way out.
Passion UA's attack is just down to the bare bones. Just push in, win your aim duels. That's the idea. Molly comes in, forces 2 on site. Topo wins his, but caught on a jump by Dawi as Fleerax catches a headshot as well. Wuro is left in a 1v3. which he will go for. Catches the first. Fleerax now is hurt as well. Has to be aware of the CT player as well. 2 nades come in. Either one fails to blow up the smoke, and Wuro working on the edge of it. Has Onyx on the left side, spots him, almost hits the shot. It's a nice attempt, but the 8th secured for TNL. And as I said, this attack from Passion UA is just very bare bones. Like, there's not much to it. They threw like 1 or 2 smokes in it and just went, all right, let's hope that we've done our wipe rack.
A3 then. Last hurrah here in the first half for Passion UA. Their T side has had very little to get excited about. It's a mid-control on the menu again. Good damage with the nades, and none of the spams connecting for TNL early on. That HE will do a little chunk onto Demka. Seems insignificant, but kind of think with that M4, and it'll be lethal. Another one there. Chips him away that little bit further. Just up on short. Love that. Oh, doesn't do as much damage as would have been hoped. Fleerax will finally find that first kill.
And this is another round where, like, Passion UA are just kind of trying to figure it out as they go. Karen is in a great position to get a frag, gets one out of it. Some team damage in the mix. Niffy, with a good refrag, still keeps the player advantage there for TNL, who, again, just through brute force, have found themselves on the A site. Passion UA to get the bomb plant down. Wuro actually holds this angle close up, but it's going to be a 2 CT setup with Fleerax holding the line, hoping that Wuro maybe peeks into it, but he knows better than that. CT player's now heard. Jacasmo kind of on an island of his own, so if he can get a frag here, stay alive. Try to play with Wuro. Actually, all 3 come from CT, but Wuro hears this, so should be able to hit the shot. Onyx gets Jacasmo though, and now it is planted in a great position. That smoke will challenge things quite a lot though. Yes, the op as well. Wuro burns down the first, tries to go for the spam through it, but can't connect. And that is going to be a ninja defuse from TNL. That smoke goes huge. And it kind of crushes Passion UA's dreams to maybe come back in the game, because 9 is really dominant. Even with a 65% win rate on that CT side, all you need is a pistol, man.
Wow. All right, well, so interesting to see that Fleerax actually ended that half 8-2. Just shows how many rounds he went and saved in. Keeping the KD alive, but more importantly, keeping that AWP alive. Another skin to give away here. Ramping up the odds in the finals, and we just missed the print stream. Unlucky.
That's the worst one.
Congratulations,
it just passes by. Makes me feel a little bit tilted. But Passion UA are kind of in the same boat, right? Like, as you said, oftentimes a score, especially with MR12, doesn't fully reflect what we've seen. I'd say the score is quite accurate. Maybe 8-4. You know, maybe that last round was one that normally Wuro would clutch. Just the smoke helps them out so much. But yeah, by all means, TNL have been looking better in this first half of Mirage. And this pistol round would be the perfect way to secure it. You get the pistol, it's cruise control at that point. You don't, well, we're on for a possible discussion of a comeback. So, TNL seem to play B contact. Now they go.
Demka. Trying to tap away, does end up with 1. Still alive and kicking, but Niffy returns the favor. He's doing everything here. He's found both entries on the site. Onyx will take another. That'll give him some space to get this plant down. And it's a single-pronged approach. Wuro and Kvem working their way up from shore. I'm not sure that TNL have the info that both of them are here, but they will in the next couple of seconds.
What?
Big shot back from Wuro. Messy on the Glocks, and Kvem still too far back, unable to trade. Bomb's already halfway ticked. He doesn't have a kit. He's now been dinked. And the drive-by will finish him off. TNL onto 10. And Passion UA. Yeah, see, they're giving us much of the same of what we saw there yesterday. Mirage. Just not looking like their map.
And that's kind of problematic when you look at the big picture up there. We can see Ancient being up next. We have Train as the finisher as well. And we have to remember there's like a 91% win rate for TNL on Ancient and 100% for Train, right? So I know you've done well. You've converted your opponent's map pick of Dust 2, but Mirage kind of had to go your way if you wanted like somewhat of an easy finish. Because now you're in a boat where you'll have to win one of these high win rate maps for TNL, Ancient or Train. If you can't convert here, but Quem, oh man, he's trying to still keep them in this. He knows how important this Mirage game is. Has been really one-sided, but maybe, just maybe, you can punch them down with the Deagles and the MP9s. Keep yourself in the game, that's the dream, but Nifty and Fleerax shut them down. Fleerax finds another. And again, a big advantage. Falls. TNL should be able to get the 11th here, and this is what I said. You win the pistol in the consecutive, like, it should be game. Hopa catches a nice timing, though. No, something might come of it.
Oh, God. That's a bad fight to lose. 5-7. A little too potent. Onic is actually going to just full hold this bomb. Anticipates that Topa's still going to be in CT. So wide swing with the Galil will do the trick here. You slow peek it, you give the 5-7 a chance, and there you go. Played well. 11th on the board for TNL. Comes a little close for comfort. That's okay. Passion really don't have the money to reinvest here, but maybe they will. Realizing that, you know, they need to just take chances. It's a bit of a last hurrah. They give TNL 12 rounds, and they're playing for 9 in a row for OT. Feels unlikely. A couple of great shots being hit here, though. Topa's giving it a good go.
Quam tried so hard. He has really been a shadow of himself on the second map. He finished off Dust 2 with a well-deserved MVP. Tried to keep them in the game, but now it still has to be Damka, it still has to be Jacasmo to keep the ship at sail. Clem will find one through the smoke. It's messy. Fleerax catches one back. Oh my god, they're through the smoke. Fleerax is just so aggressive, so confident. He's gonna finish them all off with the Galil, and yeah, that's some happiness as well. TNL feeling very alive, and what's more, this is almost close to being a 13-3 shutout on a map that Passion UA picked. The tide has shifted completely. The momentum now 180 is its way and sides with that of TNL. This is just momentum and visual display. You know, when you're feeling it, you're pushing through smokes, you know you can just get the frags. Damn. All right.
Well, this is about to become anyone's grand final for the taking once again, as they will trade map picks, and TNL surely with the slight edge after having a close affair on their choice of Dust 2, but delivering an absolute stomp on the Passion pick of Mirage. It's Topa to try and prolong things here. Plays the trigger discipline, gets turned on, but still alive and kicking. 1v1, Ken anticipates him to come over the top, and Topa takes it out on his desk. I would not do any different, because that must have been a tilter. A frustrating map pick that does not go their way. TNL find momentum, they find their groove, and we are tied up at 1 apiece here in the best of 5.
Did not expect that. I heard you about like Mirage being a bad map for Passion UA as of yesterday, but the 13-3 is certainly a statement. And Fleerax, I don't know why there's like a meme that he's like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. I kind of see it, to be honest. Saw the chat spamming it a lot. He grabs the MVP, so certainly some Scooby snacks have been secured. And so has Mirage, 13-3. Fleerax 14 kills, but a lot of ADR and just overall delivering a lot of impact. I think this sets us up for a very exciting finisher here, because at this point it's like almost just the best of 3, right? You have Ancient, Anubis, and Train left, and even though Passion UA are still kind of favorites in most people's minds, I feel like a big fact you have to look at is that, again, Ancient, 11 maps played for TNL, 10 out of them won. Train, they've played it 4 times, and they've won all 4. So it's still going to be really difficult. You got to take down one of these very good maps for TNL, and I mean, Ancient would be the perfect place to start, as we have it coming up after our break. The Ukrainian Derby is still live. We have Ancient coming up. We've gotten through Dust 2 and Mirage, the sandiest and the amiest of maps. And now a little bit of a strategical department will be sprinkled in as well, as we still have Ancient, then Anubis, and a finisher of Train if needed. It's a map that both teams actually have the highest win rates on, comparatively. 71% for Passion UA on 17 played. And TNL have played a little bit less, but still have a 91% win rate on it. So I think Ancient is just going to be a banger between two teams who are very competent on it. This, of course, being the pick by TNL.
Yes, yeah, as you say, I mean, a 91% win rate. They've won it 10 times out of the 11 that they've played it so far in the last 3 months. Now, actually, that data, it does span all the way back 3 months. They only played it a couple of times in February, but still, it was against some formidable teams as well. Bizarrely, they've played this map against some really strong sides. So it's not just confident wins, but it's actually confident wins against teams like Falcons and BetBoom, which is kind of crazy. That was in Dallas, actually. The one loss that they took was an overtime 16-14 against Mercenaries, and I think they should be feeling really confident going into this one. But, of course, Passion UA, as you say, they're a team that also play pretty decent on Ancient. So, yeah, we'll see how this one goes, but I think TNL should be looking fired up right now.
For sure. I will say that like the team that they actually lost it to is probably the least likely one that I'd pick if I had to just look through the teams and go, well, which one lose? Yeah, Falcons, taking down Falcons is certainly big. It's a tier 1 team. I think this was certainly before Monizy joined, but you won against Nico on this map. I think that goes a long way. So Ancient should be coming up any second. The bootcamp effect is something we certainly talked about in the side of TNL. It has helped them. I think one of the main reasons why they've risen so quickly. Again, a lot of people might not even know who TNL are. And I think they might be surprised when I tell you, they're in the top 50 in the world right now. They've had this monumental climb in terms of their ranking. They went from 109th in VRS up to 47 now. And on HLTV, they're actually down in 130th just 2 months ago. Not even that. 7 weeks. A really quick climb, and we've arrived on Ancient in the grand finals.
I think if you don't know who TNL are, you maybe have been living under a rock. But, yeah, you are right. These are a team that have climbed very quickly. So if you've been out of the CS sphere for maybe the last 6 months or so, and then you rock up, you may be scratching your head going, who are these guys and how are they, playing within the upper echelons, ranked sort of top 30 in Europe. I think they're actually 24th in Europe or something on the VRS. So, yeah, butting heads with some top sides. They're tied with Big on VRS points. They're ahead of Ents, These boys are making a statement. They're looking to lift another trophy. They did so at Lundland just 2 weeks ago. Here at the Galaxy Battle Phase 1. They've got their eyes on the prize. Pistol round underway then. They've traded map picks and they're ready. Try and string two together. It's Davy to bomb it forward with the Glock. Oh, nice shot.
World punches one back. The bomb has made it onto the site. From the plant, and Niffy provides good cover. Looks for the double, gets it as well. Niffy has been really clinical in these pistol rounds. Just very solid aimer. And that seems to be the round. Onic delivers another bullet. TNL have started exactly how they wanted things to start. Smooth sailing to open up the site. Gotta give it to Niffy in terms of MVP of the round. And the first converted for TNL. On the T side, which so far we've had like quite one-sided maps in terms of what the team statistically does better on. Here it's 55% win rate on the CT for Passion UA, and TNL actually boasting a near 60% on the T side. So again, both teams will be starting on their stronger side, which was the same case on Mirage, where TNL just took a big lead that they never really gave away. This time Passion UA will choose to just go with the USPs, get this round done and over with, and with the rifles. Frag from Jacasmo should be it. Only one rifle given away, and a clear farm here from Dowie.
Yeah, that's lovely. Losing that MAC-10, a bit of a blessing in disguise. Don't really want it going into the buy round. And everybody else with those rifles, they hold on, they rack up the kills. 2 for the MAC-10 as well. Actually pays it off. That's $1,200 as a little cash injection for the kill reward bonus. So we move into round number 3. TNL with a good start. They need to overcome these rifles now.
AK certainly improves your confidence when you get your hands on it. It's going to be 3 players sent down to have a look around towards A. Damka, though, in a very strong position. You see the shadow first. This can be a lot of information before you've even peeked. But he's alone. So if you can isolate him, get him off the angle, maybe there's a way. The incoming utility should signal that the push is away. Damka now spots the shadows. Here's the util as well. Has to drop down, though. Down there, 3 on A. This is such a quick response from Passion UA. Ooh, and Topa, in the meanwhile, has decided to get a little bit aggressive. Get a headshot and then some in on Niffy. They try to rotate back in. Topa will have the info, and Donor player certainly hears all of this as well. Long range, Woro looking to win out the aim duel, but it's not his trusty AVP. Now we will find one. One with the refrag. Jacasmo gets another. Arriving on the backstab. They're just getting crunched and pinched towards middle. A confident round for Passion UA.
Yeah, a little bit too complacent there in mid for too long. Passion UA just say, well, let's just go suffocate them. It's exactly what they do. It works quite nicely. Into round number 4 we go. TNL. Just about enough money to go for another buy, but Passion wrapped up themselves with the rifles. Clem on that MP9. Decent amount of util, a couple of kits. Having to burst through that flame, but yeah, Clem's on the other side waiting for him. MP9 will draw first blood.
Woro, Jacasmo gets another Topa in the mix as well, and Passion UA make light work of shutting down these AKs. Bounce right back into it. And I feel like that is kind of what we missed a little bit on Mirage, right? Where things did not go according to plan early on, and they were not able to find that comeback. So I think it's good that they make it competitive, keep it competitive. Put the second on the board, and now, because of their hard work, they've been granted one technically for free. Just deny the bomb plant. You know, that's the mission here for Passion UA. Round should be theirs. Tech 9 out in the open. Quem finishes it off, and the bomb is making its way real quickly towards A. Maybe there's a way. No, there's not. The utility extravaganza. There's 2 flashes, a molly, and a nade. It all comes together for a beautiful setup where you get flash assists on nade and molly kills. Onyx shut down as well, and Passion UA certainly look a lot more confident than on Mirage.
Yeah, they definitely do. Those sort of feel-good rounds as well. Converting there, obviously, it's just a breeze, but we've seen enough rounds in the past sort of go horribly wrong at the hand of pistols. So yeah, it's just a little bit of a sigh of relief when you're able to convert without complication. Quick little pause here for TNL. Took things over. Weapons back out, but yet to drop down to, other than the one round in the last against the pistols, so yet to drop down to a complete and full eco, and therefore we're sort of in this position where you're seeing TNL on 3 Galils in the buy round. It's a little bit concerning. Let's see what they can do with it.
of early molly damage. Kvem gets a frag, Demka gets another. And all the money they've invested in this round will be gone. It's a bit of a hide and seek in the smoke. Niffy actually gets the better side of it. So now they still gotta worry about him. He's just taking cave control. And you gotta worry about mid as well. That's the idea. Push in, overwhelm these players. Woro tries to get away from the angle, but it's actually a pretty nice setup. They still have to clear him out in the open. That's a headshot, but Niffy still gets a frag. And Passion UA have done really good to recover the round. I think Woro was hurt as well, trying to get away. 10 HP on Niffy, though, but the timing is horrible for Woro. He overextends there, could be in big trouble. Instead, chooses to get back on the site. But it will have to be him against the world for the initial push. Demka actually making the gamble to make his way over. So, good read. Going back towards cave, all three. Woro just, what? He shoots! Out of nowhere, a bullet has made his presence known. And now he has to deal with the triple attack from cave, but Niffy goes first, loses his life. Woro with the double. Fleerax will get the frag, leaving Demka in a 1v1. Fleerax has the idea of the rotation, so we'll make it. And Demka has to rotate away from B.
This is so awkward. So much time will pass here that he has absolutely no idea where Fleerax will be. Fleerax kind of knows this. Sat back, stretches legs. Bomb already halfway ticked. Demka doesn't have a kit as well, just to make matters worse. So Molly will go into main. He won't actually use that to defuse the bomb. Not that he'd be able to anyway without that defuse kit. He'll just back off. Fleerax has played that perfectly. Don't give him the fight if you don't have to. And there we go.
I mean, the fact that he's also on 6.2k should probably be buying some util, some diffuse kits. I suppose maybe some extra util as well. So the round will be one out for TNL. They really made a quick recovery. I love what they did when they were down the player, right? And they had that advantage of the player towards cave. So they just chose to kind of crunch mid, overwhelm. That gave them the initial start, and the Woro there try to shut them down. They not only won the round, they've also found a way how to still keep the rifles in this one. Equalizing the scoreboard and now trying to convert with the MAC-10s and Galils. This is going to be a quick approach towards B. A switch of pace, perhaps. Big shot missed. The MAC-10 not good for the frag. Copa and Jacasmo deliver 3. Fleerax tries to fight back and does find another. A 2v3 now. Jacasmo has the info, but he's very low as well. And this is a position they should be expecting. TNL still looking to recover it out in the open. Jacasmo peaks in the perfect time and gets a double spray down.
Yeah, that's pretty perfect from Jacasmo. As soon as they throw that molly, he knows that he's got this in the palm of his hands. And the longer he stays just tucked, the more chance that they'll start to think, oh, there's probably no one there who would have peeked by now. Just able to swing out on the perfect timing. Line 2 up. Nice and easy. Interesting that TNL, after winning the round prior, go into round number 7 and it's just an absolute flop. I mean, they pull it back to somewhat of a recoverable position in the 2v3, but it just starts off disastrous. Into round number 8.
Does make for exciting finals. They've really delivered for now. Whoa. That's the op. And he's isolated. Nifty gets a frag. M4 good for 2. Should get the third one as well to shut it down. Instead, it's Fleerax to actually get it. And Dawi is... Oh, they do find him. Alright. But there's an op on Fleerax. You've given the op to the best performer with it in the series so far. But as I say that, maybe a bit of a caster's curse. A big miss. Means that this round still goes Passion UA's way. But in no way should I be getting this excited in a round where you have Glocks and a Deagle. That's still a big attempt by TNL.
Yeah, absolutely not. And, you know, Fleerax hits that shot. I mean, he almost definitely gets traded, but for a moment, that boils down to a 2v2. It's absolutely wild. Onyx will fall in the next couple of moments. There you go. 5-3, Passion UA. Keeping a lid on things, keeping a head here. The buyback for TNL.
Woro has had some pretty bad misses with the AVP. Not trying to single him out, he has also delivered, but Karen will just catch a double, fully flashed headshot through the smoke. That is just getting away with murder. A very lucky but big opener frag. 2 of them found, and this round already feels like it's over. I mean, you just throw in a couple of utility pieces, the site is yours. Unless Woro can find one here, maybe Jacasmo to deny it, but Niffy just, again, through the smoke. KR gets another, and that's back and forth, as much as it could be.
A relentless hit from both teams, and this back and forth often ends up hurting the CTs a little bit more, just because those weapons are that tiny bit more expensive to get out, but so far, both economies still surviving. Passion U8 back with a strong buy. The only contingency really being Demka's 5-7. Topa's on a FAMAS, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Into round number 10 we go. Passion aren't able to convert this one. Then we will see TNL take the lead. Util in hand for both sides. Ancient. The one bang in the middle of this best of 5. Both teams wanting to pull ahead at that halfway point. Demka just here with the smoke, ready on the jiggle. As soon as he takes contact, he's just going to drop it, try and play behind, be a menace with that pistol.
It will delay things a little bit. Now they can't pop through it immediately, and Passion UA map control is everything for them here. Given that they have the lower buy, given that they have the 5-7 and FAMAS, like, no util almost as well. You need to predict the correct site. Have 3 players on it by the time the push comes through if possible. So that explains why they're kind of getting a little bit antsy, trying to clear some angles, get some information so that they can be better prepared. And that's great timing. Damka gets a refrag, but it felt like Clem should have gotten it for free. Jacasmo now has to be the man of the hour with the M4, but they peek alone. The refrags are not there. Jacasmo gets 2, and now there's help from Donut as well. All the util will push them off the angle, but they're still stuck towards long as Woro now finds his. This is a beautiful setup from Passion UA.
The back and forth continues, and it's just looking kind of relentless right now. Passion UA holding on. As I said before, the money could have just been broken there for them had they lost it, but they keep this lead. Absolutely fantastic.
Big damage early on. They try to get on the side. Karen is good for the refrag. He has really delivered a lot of impact individually. And now Woro is in this difficult position where it's the op is smoked off. Karen, in the meanwhile, has arrived on site. Another smoke comes in. Good utility usage from TNL. Gives them the advancement on the side, but Topa picks the perfect moment to peek. This triggers a chain reaction where Niffy gets a refrag. Clem tries to go for the spam, but the bomb will be down. 3v3, all 3 coming from CT.
Ooh, alright. I love that. That's now an in, a foot in the door for the retake. Can wants to be the bouncer to deny them entry. A 2v2, bomb. Maybe too far gone as Onyx drops. Ken's just wrapping around, playing for the round, and there you go. As he'll catch Woro, Demka knows that he cannot stick that defuse. Ken even wins the fight. Let's go, he's pumped up. Spinning around in the chair. Yeah, you can see how happy they are with that one. That is a huge round win.
That is such a huge round to win. this could have been 8-4 because their cash was really low as well. So that Cairn 1v2 actually saves them so much. It's a bit of an unlucky timing here, right? Where the first one they're not looking and the second is there. Yeah, you can see it. They're starting to get activated, starting to get fired up. It's these close rounds, it feels like maybe you've lost the first half in a sense, but instead it's a huge clawback round, and now a setup towards mid means Quem is able to get away with 2. Pick up the AK as well, give Woro an upgrade, and give a huge rifle injection in this otherwise low buy from Passion UA. Now Woro with the retrieved Galil will find a headshot, leaving Niffy and Onyx in a very difficult round to convert, but you could have said the same about the previous. Maybe not as much tier 1 experience for the side of TNL, but they make up for it with a great aim and decision making. A site has been opened up, waiting for the bomb to arrive. Unfortunately, Topa puts the end to that dream. Niffy is good for 1, but a minute and 3 more players to piece together here seems impossible. Zoro arrives from the side. That is a confident 7th for Passion UA, but that 1v2 really saves this half, makes it competitive still.
Wow. You see just the little back and forth, that scrap that started after round number 8. And technically, I guess after round number 7, we went back, forth, back, forth, back, forth.
Yeah.
It ends as a 7-5. Plus, we got another skin to give away, though. Wildfire. Let's see. Maybe not a new one, but one that we haven't seen today. Could go to a lucky winner. Exclamation mark Galaxy in the chat if you do want to get involved. Oh, no. Again we get baited. Narrowly missing the Orc Cracker, and we end up with a Deagle tilted. Ay. Fade 226. Congratulations. Have your prize, put your trade link in the chat. But yeah, we have still got at least one more map. So at least one more chance to pull something big, win some skins. Second half pistol round about to be underway. TNL have been good on their pistol rounds so far, but Passion UA have got that advantage, a 2-round lead. They're going to look to try and extend that further.
You know what? I think now would be a good time. We're midway through our 3rd map, so right in the middle of it, if we go the distance of 5. We have not actually made our predictions. You know, I feel like maybe sometimes you put them out in the universe and, you know, they change some things. But, you know what? I'll give you mine. I think Passion UA still got it. I think it has to go to Train, in my opinion, to finish things out. But I would put the Passion UA at a slight advantage. What about you?
I will play devil's advocate and lean over towards TNL. I think that they're just. I think the boot camp buff is huge. And yeah, I just think they've looked really good recently. They've shown a lot of composure and ability to close. I think when it comes to, you know, grand finals, it actually takes a lot to just finish off the job. You know, a lot of the time you get to that final map, or you even get to like map or series point, and things start to waver a little bit. But yeah, this is where you know, champions are carved, because when you do come down to that decider map, if we get that, it's not necessarily going to be the better team that wins. It's going to be the one that wants it most. TNL have been really hungry recently.
Well, you put together a lot of good points. I'm going more by gut feeling. I don't know. Kind of look at the matchup. Sure, TNL are in a good momentum, but I feel like Passion UA, they just have such a good roster of somewhat established players. You know, we have Woro, we have Demka, Kvem. Actually, Jacasmo as well have had their shots at tier 1 in a sense. So I feel like even with the less preparation, they perhaps still can pull it together. I think TNL also have to play up to a higher standard than Passion UA have to win this one in terms of like their ceiling. But it really is as close as it can be. This third map of Ancient certainly delivers. After Mirage, I was getting a little bit worried just by how dominant TNL looked, but it seems like Passion UA still pack a punch on the greenier side of things. Pistol run comes up. Demka, that is a clean way to start things off, and I think that draws the rotation towards A as well, which means the B players should have an easier job, but it's an insane nifty headshot and then some damage. Demka gets one back. A 3v3 though, bomb still dropped.
Kvem on a slither of health as well. To try and back this one up. They've got the bomb on their back. They've still got options, but no real info anymore on where TNL reside. Enough time's passed. They could be absolutely anywhere, but that goes both ways. Bomb's going to start a route back towards the A side of things. Davy in the CT spawn. The problem is he can't commit to being a hard A anchor here because he's also got to watch that red room flank. It means that they'll be playing for this retake setup, but with no kits, no util. This could get scrappy. Onyx got no Kevlar either. Same goes for Jacasmo, but a full belt of nades to work with. They're just going to walk up and take the site for free.
Yeah, given how things stand, there should be an uncontested bomb plant. Actually, Dawi now arrives on a good timing, and remember, Kvem is low, so all they spot each other. Bomb should still be going down. They do have to worry about Donut as well, as actually there's no smoke there. I mean, they commit to it. Dualies arrive. Timing, and a good frag for Demka. That's his third of the round. The 2v2 now underway, and we're looking at a pretty speedy retake here from TNL. I actually want to go in the smoke. Honik is more than aware of this, and he goes down to Demka, who's looking for the ace. It has to be the ace. Dawi now tabs the bomb. Demka knows he has to play time. There's no kit in place for Dawi, and Demka with a huge rotation gets away. Spams the hard on it
just gonna
as well,
full stick this. Demka's taking too long.
We gotta go.
Davi's... I know.
There's no time, though.
Oh, I don't know. He might... No, okay,
there's no
yeah,
time.
just about not. Wow. That's really interesting because the way in which, like, you have such a tough call to make there. Davi jumps on that bomb, and he either needs to go round the other side of the box and assume that Demka is in CT and he's going to continue to push through CT, or diffuse from where he diffused from, which then gives him a little bit of cover from Donut if Demka decides to wrap around. So it is a full-on 50-50, and the second that he hears Demka stepping from CT, he knows that he can't just keep holding it. It came down to like 1 or 2 seconds, but he knows that he can't keep holding it. He has to come off for the fight, and yeah, that's really unfortunate. That was quite literally a coin toss at the end of that one, and it's not going to go TNL's way, but they will go for a full spy and try their luck again.
Yeah, and we do know how these second rounds go for Passion UA. They lost one on Dust. They opened up with a pistol victory, only to be quickly shut down by the Force. So Topa now drops the flash. It's a double cave setup, though. Topa gets one. Onyx will try to get away. Picks up the MAC-10. That's a bit too close for my liking, but Jacasmo still gets a frag. Still 2 on B. Waro not ready for it. Catches a lot of damage, but the kill is there. And now that completely opens up the site. Fleerax will still get Chwaro, will get that weapon upgrade. Passion UA, they'll get the bomb plant and get a chance to just gonna hold them down passively from further away. And with the Galil and FAMAS still being in play and kind of the time of this, I think we're going for a save on the Galil and a quick look around, but ultimately an exit from the FAMAS as well. So they choose to keep these in the next round, which, I don't know, I feel like they could have gone for it. Right? Because next round you're going to have a FAMAS, a Galil, and then like 5.7s maybe, USPs. Right? I think there's still a world where you could have converted the 2v3. Certainly the kit not being present is a bit of a problem, but hey, it is what it is. The force buy sometimes also does not work out for TNL, even though they do seem to be those second round recovery merchants. This will put Passion UA on 9th, and what should be a rather easy conversion for the 10th as well.
Should be. Should is the key word, but... Here we go. Round number 15, TNL. Save weapons from the last. Need to make a mark here, and it's going to be that little bit harder. Passion UA with the rifles. Good damage by that FAMAS. He'll be kicking himself a little bit that he's not able to finish off them. Now the rotations will come from B. Nife is all by himself. He's got to try and stop this push. Ooh, it's another dink.
It's a lot of damage. It could give Onyx a chance to get one here. He pushes in. Onyx, oh my god, he gets both. Dude, what's happening? They're now on the site. Extra ding comes in. And TNL making this a really competitive round. Karen and Dawi get 2 more, and that's it. Jakazmo just kind of left questioning what the hell just went down on that A bomb site. TNL with a insane round to convert. Came out of nowhere. Onyx probably had the luckiest timing as well, pushing through the smoke, and on the other side he finds both of these players who are already tagged up with their backs turned. A beautiful conversion by TNL.
Wow, wow, wow. They even stacked the wrong site. Still able to make it work. Grit and determination getting them through right now. Still alive, kicking and screaming here on Ancient. We've seen these crazy back and forths in the first half. Will we see another here? Passion UA in with a bite. It's scrappy. There's not a lot to work with, and they've taken a lot of damage from the util there in elbow early on as well. But 5 still afloat. Re-smoke from Onyx. Flare axe. Looking for the timing to deploy that incendiary. There it comes. Flush one out in the corner. No one's home. Davy there for the double. And yeah, this is light work.
Should be, right? Demka does manage to get one back, but that's the only AK in the round. Onyx actually has pretty bad timing, but does work out for him regardless. So, it is light work after all. Demka has been really good on Ancient, 15 and 8, but, you know, 1v3 with his HP seems too much of a task. Besides, you have $800 to operate with, not the biggest lost round loss bonus, so TNL win a huge round to possibly bring things to an 8 to 9. Going to be interested to see how the buy is looking like, but don't think there's really too much to consider there for Passion UA. Getting closer to an equal scoreline. These last 2 rounds have been crucial. Again, 55% win rate on the CD side of things here for TNL, so by no means a lost map. Passion UA also rocking their better side now, that of T. 60% win rate on it.
Well, they should get a little bit of a freebie here. Demko comes away with that AK. A couple of kills in that last round as well, so. And the man that I guess you would want on the rifle, but still a lot to be done here. Need to rain over the top. Waro.
The boost the Guac.
Oh, God. Doesn't find anything. Good info, though.
Yeah, they're getting dangerously close to the site. Demka will actually find 2, but Onyx, that's a big shutdown. The double seals the deal. Topa is looking to retrieve the AK, which he will, but still impossible. Karen shuts him down. Demka looked real dangerous there for a second, but it was just a really good double there from Onyx from Cave. Now this is kind of where it's getting a little bit iffy. We're not clearing Niffy though. I mean, I kind of feel like this would be the time to take attack pause if you're Passion UA, because you are feeling quite close to the finish line. Simply that every time you do, like, your opponents make a little bit of a comeback. Now you have the rifles coming up. It's your better side on this map. But TNL are just such a tough opponent to take down all throughout these 3 maps. Actually put them ahead in terms of who's been looking better. Especially with that Mirage performance.
touching distance here of closing up this scoreline. It's best of 5, absolutely delivering on all fronts. Passion UA still the favourites. Davy. Oh. He's found a little gap in the middle. He can survive in the carpet of fire. They think maybe he's fallen back. Won't be the case, but first blood drawn by Ken in middle. Nifty looks to try and follow up here as well. They've got the man advantage. They don't need to overface this. Spams are close. Sopa. Oh. Bad miss from Fleerax. Good nade, though.
And this is not getting cleared, so Nifty gets one out in the open. The double, the triple from Nifty. You want this guy on your team to defend, to anchor that B site. Last round as well, he got a double, I believe, so... Well, this is an even bigger one. This was full rifles for Passion UA, and it looked also flat. Looked like they didn't even have an idea, like, where they want to take this, try to push up. The players are isolated. Refrag's not there. And TNL really kicking this into high gear these last 4 rounds. A 5-9 turns into a 9-9, where Passion UA now are put on pistols. Things start to have a familiar feeling attached to them. One of a defeat you did not expect. Pistols, though, I think they're a great way out to switch things up. Just because you play differently, you probably go a little bit more aggressive. So when your T side is not performing, maybe you need a switch of pace. Kaon should be overwhelmed here, only good for 1. So that's mid control now taken, but they're not ready for the aggressive position of Niffy, who again is everywhere. Gets the refrag, looks to get Demka as well, confirms the information. The bomb making a long rotation away from A, actually. They want to switch it up a little, move back towards B, and that's a great call. Currently, the site is empty, and closest responder would be Onyx. I think they actually got him beat on the timing if they just go quickly here. Passion UA with a great call. This is where that tier 1 experience, that tier 1 calling perhaps starts to shine a little bit. Onyx though, well, no tier 1 experience, but certainly great aim. It's a double. Damage in, but you can't finish him off, and you still need to get the plant off. It's the bomb on Woro.
Yeah, Onyx just staying alive here is perfect. He just buys time for the rotates, and look, Woro's so preoccupied with getting that trade that it delays that plant. It allows Nifty to come in from behind, and it's Nifty's omnipresence that just keeps getting it over the line for TNL. In from the flank, 3 kills found, mops it up nicely. The man sitting 20 and 12. Passion UA just don't have an answer for him. They don't have an answer for Nifty right now. He is everywhere.
Yeah, crazy map from Nifty, getting so much damage in, and very clean frags as well. The adjustment is just beautiful, and that's TNL actually forcing double digits first. Sure, the previous round was only on the Tech 9, so it is actually interesting how close it got, but Passion UA have not been able to replicate that same idea with the rifles. So far have been pretty dry, pretty slow as well, which gives TNL the chance to just shut them down one by one. And who other better for the job than Nifty? And I do like this double setup towards Donut, because you're going to spot Dawi. Maybe not expect the second. In fact, they actually get a cross. Woro 2K now spots some info as well. Passion UA working with a lot of information, maybe unexpected timing here. Damn, Quem and Woro get the refrags quickly. A player advantage, and Quem through the smoke will want to pursue things towards B. A good nade, good molly as well, and Quem with the headshot. So bomb is tagged down. Shouldn't change things too much.
I didn't think Ken would get anything out of that, and he missed his initial couple of pops through that smoke, but actually end up with one. Unfortunately for them. Won't allow them to find any relevance into this round, so backing it up, it'll go 10-10. Passion UA back in the picture. After a little bit of a shaky streak in these last few. This really does feel like an important map for TNL. They've got Anubis up next. It's a bit of a weird ground when it comes to Anubis, because this is what happens when you go into a best of 5 and you've got 2 teams that, okay, have like fairly deep map pools, but they're not you know, it's not like you're looking at the map pool of a team like a Static or Sashi or someone like that, where they have, like, they play all 7 maps. They've been playing tons of CS recently and things like that. They do still have their weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and this is what happens when you get into a best of 5. You play your strongest maps first, then by the time you get to, like, map 4, it's one that you're alright with. It's one that you float as a third. It's not necessarily your permaban, but it's, like, you know, not particularly comfortable territory for either side, and that's sort of where we're headed when it comes to this fourth. But that's why it's all the more important for TNL to finish off their choice. Ancient, a map that they are very strong on. That goes both ways.
Yeah, this is the clash we expected. 91% win rate on it against 71 for Passion UA. Double digits for both. I think our closest map by far yet, but Cairn will start things off with a frag. Gets away in the night as well. It's been really criminal in terms of these opening frags. 17 on the board for him. Only here's this information, so the setup is read once again early by TNL. And because there was such big presence from Cairn towards mid, Passion UA are still scared to clear it, which just gives more time. Onyx though is dinged top. They want to take him down, so he tries to get away. Fleerax with the frag, Jacasmo with the refrag. Topa gets Fleerax, and that's at B bomb side now, just one player away from falling, but who other than Dawi? B on the other side, Jacasmo tilts his head because the dink is there. Cairn arrives, Topa with the refrag down to the 1v2. Niffy out in the open makes noise. Molly will be put in place to stop him, but he still goes for the push. The fight towards mid is on. In the meanwhile, the bomb is getting planted. And if you're Damka here, just avoid him. Just don't peek him. There is absolutely no reason to do so. He knows it, gets away. Tope actually gets a little bit aggressive here and takes a good timing to peek, but that is the most entertaining and chaotic round yet.
Yeah, what an unbelievable recovery here from Passion UA. Momentarily after that shot was hit, it was a 5v3. They traded out. It's a bit of a whiff here from Davi on the side. He hits the dink, can't follow up with another bullet. And it all just starts going wrong. But you got to put so much credit to Topa there, who picks up that AWP. And he is just this trade machine. Keeps things level. 10 to 11. This is looking reminiscent of Dust 2. Really, the last opportunity here for TNL. If they lose this one, they'll be on to Pistols in the next. And their chances will look bleak. Fleerax has had another slow map here as well. A chance to redeem himself here. AWP, players coming his way. They dry peek him. He might be in for a treat. It won't be the case. They'll flash instead. Fem finds a first.
And that smoke actually pushes them away. So, in a way, it works out for the side of Passion UA, because now they're avoiding a 3-player stack on the A site, and instead are looking to reroute really quickly towards B. You have Quem low, but at least there to gather some info already on Red Room. So, yeah, you just got to deal with one. It's Onyx. Waro 2K will take down Cairn. I guess they still want to go towards B. I mean, Onyx should be dead to his rights here. One should be a lot. Topa gets it. A 2v4 now, but the cash is actually now low on the side of TNL, so they might just be looking to save. Quem here's the information, but it is a very good call there from Passion UA. That CD smoke really does not work out in their favor, because it completely halts the attack and instead pushes it quickly to move towards B. And all you have left in this is Fleerax, the man who started it all, was not given a chance by the util, and now he's just on to save. And even that seems to be too much to ask, as Demko will finish him off. That is map point locked in for Passion UA, as they pull together all of their experience, condense it down in these last 2 rounds, and come up with map point.
Yeah, certainly what it feels like, doesn't it? They just dig deep. TNL, they were 10-9 up. On the flip of a coin, Passion UA to pull ahead. I said before it'd be Pistols for this last if they didn't find any success right there, and that's exactly the case. 2 5.7s, 2 MP9s, and a FAMAS to try and prolong things here on Ancient. TNL on the cusp of losing both of their map picks. I said before, that it really kind of goes out the window a little bit, the map picks, when you get to map 4 and 5 in a best of 5 series, but perhaps a chance. Opening pick, a lot of damage taken with the MP9s. Or anticipates the boost. Okay. Maybe a little bit more here. Oh my goodness, what is that from Fleerax? Get him off the sniper. Get him on an MP9 or a 5.7. TNL, hold on.
Damn, you said about him redeeming himself in the last round, but yeah, seems like the MP9 is the answer, and that's a horrible round to lose if you're Passion UA. Because that was just such an easy chance to finish things off here, right? But Fleerax shows up, goes nuclear. He was on 9 and 15 before this. And yeah, Passion UA now take a very much needed tack pause. What that does to their mental as well, right? That's just one of those rounds where you go like, oh, come on. Really? That's how we lost? Now you gotta bring that energy. Hopefully not, but you know, this round, maybe it messes with your mental a little bit. It has been a long and grueling series already. Oh, might just be getting started, really. Getting prepared for Anubis and what could be a possibility of Train. Although I'll say this much, I think Passion UA, they want to win the whole series. Ancient is needed. That's a 91% win rate map for TNL, so you're like, surely they can just win the last one, right? Well, that's actually 100% for TNL. Again, as you get further and further into this best of 5, the map pool really starts to favor TNL. So we get a bit of a tack pause. Figuring things out, you know, the excitement and just the tension is really there as much as possible.
I want to fire you up, though. Fleerax, who's had a very slow map, running a monster 4K in that last. I mean, the problem is him missing the AWP shot, so I'm not sure that that'll be the cure that he needs necessarily, but perhaps just a little bit of a confidence booster could go a long way. 12-11, TNL still holding on here. And their second map pick of Ancient, one of their stronger maps in the pool as well. The reason it wasn't their first pick is because it's one that Passion UA pretty powerful with as well. Fleerax misses a key opportunity there. Oh, but he won't miss twice. Jacasmo, he's caught with his pants down.
Good timing on the molly as well. The flash is perfect, and TNL make light work of the last round of regulation. It's Kvem and Wuro left in a 2v5. This seems impossible. Cairn doesn't give any peeks away. Let's go for the swing to confirm the information. Now that gives away the position of both. It seems like we need an overtime to decide the ending of this third map. I think we're getting everything we're promised, right, for this final of Galaxy Battle Phase 1, because it's the Ukrainian Derby. It's two teams on the rise for different reasons, and it really just packs a punch. It has been so back and forth. Last season we got a 4-map finisher. This one almost feels like it deserves to go all 5.
I think it
deserves
will.
to go.
To be honest, I really think it will.
Yeah.
All right. 1v4 knows that there is zero chance here. The bomb is out in the open. The smoke will solidify it further. Pot shot through the smoke. Very close. That one threads the needle between 3. Swap out to a rifle. There's no point in surviving here, but he knows that just running through the smoke will lead to his inevitable death.
Like, just go for it. Like, what are we doing here? You know, at least you have a bigger chance if you try to go for it. But either way, that certainly deserves a round of applause there. I think it was on again.
Love that. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Little round of applause, quite literally, circle around the room. I love that. Passion UA, they're the ones now that are looking a little down in the dumps. They've just choked. Multiple map points to close out Ancient, one of which was against 5.7s and MP9s. Now they stare down the barrel of being 2-1 down in the best of 5 series. Absolute chaos here. These two teams so inseparable. Passion UA, a side that have brought in a couple of new pieces recently. I think people thought that maybe they'd have some teething issues. That just hasn't ended up being the case at all. Demka and Waro gelling instantly. They're the two at the top of the scoreboard as well. Call it a honeymoon period. Call it whatever you want. Passion UA would love to lift a trophy and crown themselves victors of a tournament so soon after making these big changes. Here we go. First round of OT underway. Oh, that's brilliant from Cat.
That's how we're gonna start. Kvem has been having a tough time. He was so good on the first two maps, but here, failing a little. Catching them on a bad timing though. The neutral is out. Smoke deployed there. Aware of somebody on the other side. But Onyx still finds one through the smoke. Again, Passion UA with a big refrag. But still, all of these players are so close up. You feel claustrophobic. Woro certainly alleviates the pressure.
Wow.
The Fleerax somehow spots him there. Bomb finally goes down. Demka gets the smoke span. They know about Fleerax. They're not sure about the second player's position, and the nade is great. Low HP on both. There's an op on Fleerax. It comes down to this engagement. Woro hits a shot. It's a Fleerax 1v2, and the fact that he has the op makes the low HP meaningless. He's looking for an open. Woro looking to give him one, but gets a frag with it. So Passion UA convert the 13th, and that looked like one of those rounds that they should not win, especially with how it started. Karen just going for such a cerebral play to spam there through the smoke, and I mean this as well. But Woro really delivers big.
Yeah, it's honestly, when that Jacasmo kill doesn't come through, I really did think, all right, well, they've got this now. It's good nade on site, so I'll get them both low. Yep. If in Cave just wasn't able to do anything, he was the man with the HP and the one with the rifle, the one that needed to some kind of relevance there in that retake. Time just got the better of them, and the weaponry as well didn't do any favours. Fleerax's AWP, not the tool for the job. 2v1 on the B site. 13 to 12 then. Minute 25, little early prod towards the B slope. They'll now back it up. Davy and Ken, unfazed by that, happy to just stay put on A. Spam through the smoke will yield a little bit of damage. That's going to be Krem. Now limping, again. Now dead. Ken, 2 rounds in a row has spam Krem through a smoke on mid. And it's got to start getting to you at some point. In his head, rent-free.
Look how much map control TNL have here. Niffy is calling all of lane clear. Sure, they're not sure about mid, but I think TNL will be on really good timing to go for the rotations. Karen's Shadow, though, I don't think it was seen. Smoke is soon to fade. Passion, you want to explode off of it. Karen actually now spots them, so he knows where to aim for. Goes for the swing, gets it. Onyx is there as well, and that's a good setup from TNL. Just standing tall. It's not the first time where they're just gonna hold down a line and are able to capitalize off of the good aim. So back and forth we go. Jacasmo tasked with a 1v5, something I have not seen in a long while. And the extra damage dealt from the lane players should mean it's close to being over. Certainly is now. 13 to 13. And you can't get away with that twice. Last round they'd recover, but I mean, it does start to get in your head a little bit, I think.
Well, alright, well, tied back up. Continuing what we saw, especially in that first half. Neither team letting up, neither team allowing the other to find any kind of form, any kind of streak. Especially when they've both got money. That's where it just becomes so difficult, right? You both got cash in the bank. And just keep getting those rifles out over time. Perfect for it.
Oh my, look at this aggression. Onyx is all the way down towards lane. TNL have been really synchronized in terms of their pushes. And that leaves Passion UA again with quite little map control here. Lane is completely taken care of by TNL. Yeah, there was some presence on towards A, but actually putting even more players on B, which actually gives great timing for Passion UA to try and open up that site. They want to commit to it, they just want to walk out in the open, players spotted, it's Zamka to take down Care, and now A is completely open. You still have to kind of defend it and take more control of it while the bomb arrives. Davey certainly hears all of these footsteps, so the call is clear. There is no smoke for Donuts, so that certainly complicates things. I want to fight it, which is not a good choice at all. Damn, that's how the round is going to go down, huh? Oro is just left in a 1v4. Dude, this was a 4v5. Passion UA, you can't... You have to feel like you just scrambled that round. It's a huge conversion for Onic and Co, sure. Oh my god, man goes gorilla mode.
That's what you need, though, and that's honestly the boot camp energy, right? It's even online, having an in-game leader that sort of hypes you up like that and gets everybody going is very, very important. But especially when you're all in the same room, it goes a long way. I remember talking to Iceberg about this a while back. We did an interview with him. I think it was in Compass, and yeah, Sashi were on a boot camp, and you could just see the energy levels were through the roof. He was getting everybody super psyched up, and it was during a period where it just felt like all of their games were unlosable. There we go. There's something a little bit better. Dracosha, congratulations on your AK-47 headshot. Ramping up the odds, ramping up the anti-hit in the grand finals. TNL just 2 rounds away from closing out their second map pick, going 2-1 up in the best of 5. Passion UA with it all to play for here on their CT half. Remember, they did have a slightly better CT side. They went 7-5 at the halfway point. See if that has any relevance now.
Round that Passion UA feel like they have to win, otherwise a very difficult road back into what could have been your game. There were 2 chances to close out. Now it's TNL in the driver's seat. You can still equalize things if you can just find 4 more. Good damage dealt. Waro with a huge miss. They... Oh, give him another one. Karen though, good timing. Jakazmo with the refrag. 2v3 now. TNL. A lot of quick trades, and Nifty on a great timing to completely catch Demka off guard. That was the last place you're going to expect him, so now A-side is taken care of. The problem here is that the bomb is down, and Passion UA are actually arriving really quickly to now spot it. So, wait, do they... Oro? They don't know. This is such a messy end to this round, because you need the bomb now. Where... Gets himself across. How do you recover this if you're TNL? Because, yeah, the info certainly is there now. Jakazmo arrives. You have Fleerax
I don't know, you
from...
know. The way in which they're playing this kind of feels like... I mean, surely Waro knows that he's got the bomb down here, but... On the cross, they should be expecting him elbow. They'll just wide swing, take the fight. Fire will expire,
no.
But another missed shot. Waro, 3rd time, not even the charm. And an opportunity now as Fleerax will follow up. They'll get the bomb. They'll slip away. Waro chasing this down. Knows that there'll be an AWPer on the angle. And the whiffs are everywhere. As Niffe is now going to pull off a 1v1. Spams away. He blows open the smoke. Niffe's there ready. And TNL will make it 15. But that was a disgusting round. And you can see the high fives going again. Oh my. Far from anything convincing
about this round. Yeah, it's so weird. It's such a weird round. Every 20 seconds something bad happens. Oro, you can't be missing these, right? Like we talked, even though it's a team effort, he's still on 21. But honestly, it feels like if he just hit the easy shots, he could have been on 30 bomb already. There have been so many big misses that are very impactful. That don't go your way. I mean, this round... Yeah, could be it. Could be it. It's a lot of early damage on TNL, but they just want to aggress over towards A. And Waro now, another chance to redeem himself. Does hit the initial shot. A-side taken by TNL, but Waro gets another. Alright. That is impact. That is what we were looking for. Karen will get the refrag. Bomb should still be going down. Not like this Passion UA. Not that previous round and then a 3v5.
This could be the beginning of the end here for Ancient. We will see. TNL still at a man disadvantage, but they've got space on the A-bomb site. They look to try and use it. Interesting they don't go for the plants while the smokes are still up, though, because they don't have any util left to deploy, so this gets a whole lot harder. They've got to take the gunfight. And the AWP shot missing. Head on a pivot. Davy for the first. Sees another. Knows that there's two in Donut, or at least should. But he's worried that there might be one more here on CT. That's not going to be the case. Donut needs to be held as they start to walk up. Davy pulls away the attention. Can finds one. Topa now reveals his spot, but Onyx found the other, and Topa now left with a 2v1. Both are low, but he's only got half HP himself. A kit in hand, no util to flush them out, and TNL will play the waiting game. Don't give him an inch or he'll take a mile. Topa just edging forward, the bait and switch, and TNL recover the unrecoverable Davy with a fake punch of the monitor. What a game to pull back. Down and out of it, it seemed. They were 10-2. They recover it for OT, and they take it by the reins. Passion UA, if that isn't a tilter, then I don't know what is. They're going to be feeling super frustrated going into map 4.
Yeah, I knew it was over when I saw the gorilla emotes come out. The LAN effect, the bootcamp effect is in full swing. 16-13. This was 12-10 for Passion UA. This was 9-5, right? A big comeback made by TNL. Cairn, one of the masterminds behind it. I feel like that is actually what tilted them, right? When twice in a row he got the initial frag. I don't remember who was it, but on the other side of the smoke, must have felt bad. Almost 90 ADR, 27 kills. And yeah, I mean, Passion UA simply not the better team at the late stages of it. Looked really good all throughout, like 2/3 of it. The better team for sure, but TNL just win rounds they should never be winning. There's a lot of weird misses as well. And ultimately, that brings us to a reverse sweep, slowly but surely taking place. 2 in a row now for the side of TNL as they're looking to finish their Cinderella run. It has to be Anubis or Train. They have 2 opportunities to close out. Next up, we have a pick by Passion UA. Actually, worst map for both sides in the series so far. Should be a lot of fun, but before that, a break. The Ukrainian Derby delivers on all fronts. We are through 3 maps. It feels like almost it has been more. Like it has been so back and forth. Last map ends in overtime where a huge comeback victory is secured by TNL. So we talked about the bootcamp effect that's in full force, and the main leader behind it, the one without shirt, it's Onic. He was getting his team so hyped up getting into overtime when they first took the lead, and they were able to finish off it. And for Passion UA, it does feel like they're, well, for lack of a better word, disconnected in different rooms. Maybe feeling a little bit down. You start off so strong, winning on your opponent's map pick, and since then, nothing. Bit of a heartbreaking loss in the previous map as well. puts
thing is that
Passion UA.
it will feel like nothing. It's been so much more than that, you know? We had, okay, disappointing for Mirage, but such a showing from Passion there on Ancient. A showing that was enough to surely merit a win. It didn't end up being the case. They choked it at the end. And now it will really feel like nothing. Now it feels like it's wasted time and energy. And they'll be coming into map 4 a little bit depleted, maybe. They called for a slightly longer pause there between that game. Not sure if that's just to take a little breather to grab something to eat, or whether that's to cool off after a frustrating loss. But either way, should do them some favors as we jump into Anubis. The one thing for me is TNL get to pick the sides, and they'll be starting off on their attack.
Demka finishes things off with the dualies. Nice flash in the mix as well. At this point, just get away, right? There's no reason to keep engaging in these gunfights. Kvem will find one Fleerax with the refrag, but a 2v4 would be necessary here for TNL. Demka, the hero, the cowboy, as Max would like to say it, young cowboy with the dualies. Comes in, 3 on the board, 2 for Kvem. That's a really big round for Passion UA to win there. I believe we have to switch the HUD.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. TNL on their T side. Expected to take more rounds at the halfway point here. Passion, realistically, the benchmark is about 5. So, yeah, winning the pistol and sort of pushing yourself halfway there from the get-go will do you some favors. Just the Tech 9s here, walking into a stacked site. And a mowdown for Waro and Jacasmo. TNL have gambled incorrectly twice in a row now. They walk into the stacks. It's a decent one back through the smoke from Onyx, but yeah, both low. This feels like a lost cause.
Feels like it. Felt like it was over on Ancient as well. For the time being, there's still a backstab coming in from Fleerax. Now, 100% they should be expecting it, but timing is just not right sometimes. I think it's a dink.
It's the dink.
Yeah, we'll take him down. There was a world. There was a world. Now it's just Onyx. I don't even know what you do there. Like, surely you just go for it, right? There's no point to stay there, especially with the bomb down.
He certainly doesn't want to be surviving. That wouldn't do him any favors. So eventually he will have a little prod at it. Just hoping to catch some timing. But yeah, with the bomb down, no one's moving a muscle, right? Nobody's entertaining anything. So yeah, that is going to go 2-0. An unfortunate brick wall that TNL run into there on their force buy round. They will now have to drop down to an eco. Onyx. As for Tech 9 armor again, they do actually have a few upgraded pistols here. I can't help but feel that they're slightly over-invested into this round. We'll see how it goes. They find a couple of kills or a bomb plant. That will then negate that. Ooh! Okay, well, maybe a couple of kills.
Yeah, Kvem will get one back. Topa has aggressed quite far, though. Demka's kill is good, but Topa is a little bit isolated if Jacasmo can't come in to help. So he actually plays the front man here, and then if needed, there should be a connector player finishing the business. That's exactly what happens. And I will say, like, the second round force on Anubis T-side surely feels good when you convert, and there is a high likelihood to actually do it. The problem is if you lose it, you've given your opponents at this point 3 rounds where, like, it's Anubis, it's CT side, right? You're almost feeling comfortable with 3, and you have 9 more rounds to just add some bonus rounds on top. So it's certainly a good start for Passion UA, but man, if they could just win this rifle, that would really start to cement them in the game.
It certainly would. Felt like they should have had a little bit more after that crazy 1D through the smoke to kick things off in that last round, Onyx. Can't be doing that, my friend. Jiggling with the util in hand. Punished for doing so. An advantage here for the CTs. Topa on the MP9. Not able to do much here. Seems like TNL are going to regroup, head over towards A.
I mean, A is pretty open. There's Woro on the other side. He had some really bad misses on Ancient, so it's another opportunity for him to really cement his name in this best of 3, because kill-wise he has been doing good. It has just been a lot of whiffs that you'd love to see him hit, like that one. It's a good shot. Puts them at a 2, now 3-player advantage. Woro has done some aim labs in the 20-minute break. That's when he needed 5 more minutes on top, because Woro knew he needs to lock in his aim a little bit. So 3 for him, 4 for Passion UA, and a broken bank for TNL.
Okay, well, Passion UA, you know, I was a little bit apprehensive after choking the end of that last map. I actually thought they'd come into this one a little bit defeated. I thought they'd come into this one and give us one of their weaker showings so far in the series, but seems to not be the case. Topa as a leader, rallying the troops. Getting them ready to go into this next. But things here on Anubis and move into a 5th and final decider here in the best of 5. Tech9's barreling through. Topa deals with it, but an instant trade.
Oh? Hold on. No, not like this. They lose 2. Damka gets 1 bag, but Nifty will finish the business with that Tech9 spam through the smoke. And that's a really bad round for Passion UA to lose. It was the bonus round. Could have been the 5th. Could have been a great CT half, no matter what happens next. Instead, they concede the 5th. Even had a player advantage there, so aim kind of does not work out for them. Cash will still be there to buy in this round, but yeah, if they wanted, they could have had the economy for 2 rounds to convert. Here it's like kind of backs against your wall, and because TNL were on a lower buy, their cash is actually shining now. They got to pick up those AKs as well. A miss comes through. Demke's on the other side. Smoke laid on top. They're looking to take mid with force. Nice shot by Woro. Demke not expected there. They're not expecting 3 in mid. Fleerax gets some pot shots in.
Knows he needs to get out of there. Yeah. As soon as he fires off that second shot, Demke's seeing that as an opportunity to just gun him down. Does well to escape. Boils down to a 3 versus 3. Spams through the smoke. No cigar. They've got this A site. As the bomb comes to join them, it should be planted without interruption. Passion UA now called upon in the retake.
There's a smoke on Topa, and there's very little util on the side of TNL. The flash gets popped in, but it has to be the raw aim converting. So far it has. Cairn with the frag, expects and knows another one is coming. Gets the double. Topa gets 1, but Cairn has just been delivering so much individual impact. We remember him to clutch the 1v2 on Ancient as well. That really spiraled things into TNL winning it eventually. Gets a 2nd round on the board, and technically this should be the 3rd as well, as the cash will be broken for Passion UA. I feel like this is kind of the theme of the whole matchup, right? Like, Passion UA have some more tier 1 experience, but strategical department, maybe they have TNL beat, but and TNL are just a group of 5 great aimers from Ukraine. Woro, though, seems to prove me wrong. That's a Deagle ding to come in. Topa gets another. Not a round like this. This is the CT side as well. We just found 2 huge opening frags off the back of that. A MAC-10 retrieved. And you force TNL, ones with rifles, kind of just concede long, wait it out, try to reroute, try to figure out how to piece this one together. You still have 3 rifles, so I think still TNL had a slight advantage in the round.
It's rounds like this that lose games, though. We saw a couple of them on Dust 2 early on. When Passion UA fell short at the end, they'd have been wishing they didn't fall to the pistols early. Now looking to trade that back. Kvem. Alright.
Rotations are slowly being made. See Demke actually rotating back to B. No, he goes back. I mean, they're kind of scrambling. Kvem here has to hit the shot. Woro is there. Kvem misses his, though, and Woro at this point, the mission is to survive. You still have 2-player advantage, 30 seconds on the clock. Woro the peak. That kind of unravels things a little bit. It's a 2v3. The bomb has made its way onto the site. Problem really is the time. You got to plant the bomb. At that point, it's a 1v3 momentarily. So, smoke will aid the plant. Goes down. A triple retake from heaven. They make themselves known with the presence. It's a thing to come through. The 250 out, and now it's just Dawi left alone. Surely a round that he wins. Demka take him down, and that is Passion UA to put the 5th on the board. And yeah, this is the round that you were never supposed to lose, going the way of Passion UA and giving them a little bit of luck as well, because I feel like for TNL, they wanted that the 5th round was maybe converted a little bit luckily, you know, with the pistols, so they give them a taste of their own medicine.
I mean, one saving grace, like a slight silver lining here, is that they did get a bomb plant, so there'll still be a little bit of money to go into this next round with, but yeah, this is awkward to say the least. If you're on TNL, you've already given Passion UA 5 rounds. You can't really afford to allow them to take anything more here. Into round number 8 we go. Fleerax on his AWP, boosted up, wants to take the sight line over the top. Won't see anything for now. But yeah, honestly, it just felt like whiff shots left, right, and center. Other than Warrow's opening.
What?
Wow, Clem. Oh, that is gorgeous. He
This
should
takes
get
around for
overwhelmed
more.
here.
Actually, they'll...
Yeah, it felt
him
like
down,
in
they'll
that
get
last
another.
round, other than Warrow's like super crisp 1D at the start, it wasn't even crazy mechanics from the pistols. It was just major whiffs out of TNL.
That's true. Puts themselves in a position where they lose the round, they lose the fight perhaps. Could be the economy broken. It's a good well-timed response from Jacasmo. Gets it for free. Now TNL have taken mid control. The question is where you go though. The op on these close claustrophobic angles is not ideal. Jacasmo actually arrives with what could be an amazing backstab. I'm not too sure if they expect him here. If he seems to have the clear, and timing on the side of Jacasmo. Here's the second one as well. That's the op as well. So the pistol is out. Pistol v pistol. Op misses now. Jacasmo probably just needs to run down time a little bit more until help arrives. It's the AK now for Fleerax. But Awuro has gotten real close. He has had some bad misses on Ancient. This would be the round to do it. As he holds down the line, does not hear any kind of a drop. And Fleerax will have to commit to the plant. But it's 7 seconds left. Warrow, the nade should be huge. Let's give away the plant. Blows open the smoke. It's a close play, but one that works out in favor of Warrow. 6th for Passion UA. And now they're the ones in the driver's seat, really winning the rounds that are 50-50.
With how this started, you would absolutely expect it to go their way, but super messy at the end here. This Fleerax fight was almost painful to watch.
Yeah.
It's well played from Warrow at the end. Obviously for Fleerax, like, he has no idea where Warrow's going to be coming from, so the plant is purely on the basis of, I just need to drop this smoke and plant it anyway. Just got to hope he doesn't have a HE, and that late in the round. CT player still having a HE. Pretty nuts. Does him a lot of favours though, but drop one of his own into connector. It's slam dunk onto Davi. Does a lot of early damage, but if they return the favour, do so nicely. Oh my god.
All right. You can see Topa there just kind of sitting back going like, well, I guess that's the round we lose. Not really much you can do about that at all though. He just wakes up. Sometimes you're just feeling it. There's absolutely no counter there. You know, you just had to win your gunfights, and Dawi made it so difficult to do. Actually, he's on a roll. He's looking for more. Because that last round was down to the 1v1, Cash is not really there either. Kvam will find one. Not look to pick up the AK, worry that maybe somebody is close by. But ultimately, the hunt is on. And Passion UA should be left on just 5-7s for the next. Good timing for Kvam to find another. Maybe we do, yeah. I think we do get a Hero M4 in the next, but that's about it. Otherwise, 2.1k for him. Not really far better off for the rest of Passion UA. That is a big, big round for TNL to win. First is nice, second is insane. Topa, yeah, all right. It kind of feels like it. Just needed one more bullet in. Got pre-aimed out of the world.
Okay, well, back with the weapons, TNL. I think 6 is definitely a must. Orc's going to lead the charge into main. Almost bites off more than he can chew, but does manage to escape. He'll relay the information that there is 3 waiting around the corner. And that his teammates should perhaps go elsewhere. We step the smoke. Oh, wow. What a read from Cam now. I'm not sure if that was a read or a reaction, but either way, what was needed.
What?
What?
Woro with the drive-by Deagle gets 2. The third one is low. Can't connect the shot, though. Cairn will get it. It's a 2v3 where still there should be nothing Passion UA can do, but these players are low. USP needs a frag, gets it, gets some more damage in, and now Demka, the man on the boost, arrives. Onyx seems to have the clear there. Double setup, bad timing though. Demka gets the first, and I think he should be aware of Cairn's whereabouts too. He's on 10 HP. This started with 2 USPs and P2000s, a single hero M4 on Demka, but he really needs to be the hero. Molly's great, pushes Cairn out of the angle, and that is beautiful from Passion UA. They win an insane round off of Woro's double that I don't think we've seen a better clip yet. At least not in the finals.
And it is another round not to lose, isn't it? We've seen 2 of these now out of TNL just in this half alone.
Yeah, twice against the
It changes games.
Did not expect that, to be honest. This was not on my finals bingo card. I would have loved to see a replay from Woro's perspective, because that was just so quick. You know, that was instant. That is what it feels like to play against, you know, some bad actors in Premiere, but this is raw skill. Straight from Ukraine with the Deagle. Puts Passion UA on the 7th as well. They have the buy, they have the cash for the next. This could be a beautiful finish on Anubis. Looking so strong. Looking to do to TNL what happened to them on Mirage. And Woro will open things up with a big headshot. Damn, Cairn falls to Topa as well, and at this point you have a minute to work with, but like there's no entry in this one at all, because your connector player is dead. Fleerax trying to push middle, maybe that is the entry, hold on. Will he be expecting the second nade? Should make him aware. Actually very close by, there's a world where he gets flashed in, I mean... Well, the op misses, Fleerax gets one, and now Woro, they know exactly where he is, still gets a frag, refrag comes through, the double is there for Onyx, oh my god, they're doing it! Topa does confirm the bomb though, down to the 1v1, Dawi low, Topa even lower, and Dawi is watching the correct position, Topa goes for the swing and should be punished for it, he is. That's a well, back and forth game, I guess. Insane conversion for TNL, 3v5 recovery there. Woro again feels like he's just missing a lot of crucial frags. Even though he's on 30 and 8, I mean, theoretically you should say nothing bad about the way he's playing. He's been consistent on all maps. But there's simply an element of choke in some of these rounds when it matters the most. That being said, he's the sole reason why they even convert the Deagle around, so go figure.
Wow. Okay, what a recovery there. That's on the shoulders of Onyx. Had a very slow game prior to that round. Steps up in a big way to keep TNL afloat. Heads just about above water. I mean, we've seen our fair share of crazy comebacks recently here in CS2, but this one does feel like a little too tall a task. See what's in store. And number 12. Final of the half. TNL need 5.
They certainly do. Won't get easier after the side switch. It's a 55% win rate for the side of Passion UA on that T side. Demka, I don't even know what happens there. I guess they just out-aim him. Did felt like he's kind of a deer in the headlights, just spotted two, did not shoot. They're still trying to force on the safe side, but now there's a double setup. Molly will actually clear one of them, so they go for the swing. Onic with the frag. Damka tries to get away. And that Molly, again, will be huge on the side. Woro now will be exposed. Good timing to peek. Gets away as well with the M4. Still a player advantage there, but low HP is the issue. Woro gets one Niffy with the refrag. They need a big recovery again. And Woro gets another kill. 1v3 for Niffy. He's actually ready for the backstab. Hold on, they're trying to refrag with Niffy. Dude, he's so sharp. He's done this before. He's had his fair share of 1v1s and 1v2s. I think he hears this information as well, so just cools things down a little bit. This would be a horrible round to lose for Passion UA with all of their amazing rounds converted, you know, like this. Look real bad on the resume. Woro seems to be hitting shots and delivering impact with everything but the AVP, but this would still require a third in the round. And I feel like Niffy, I mean, this is the most common angle. He should be clearing this, but there's so little time, and as soon as he tries to plant, fakes it out, Woro sees him, so he knows there's no plant, and that... Oh, the knife! All right. Okay. That's a statement. That's a statement of an eighth there for Passion.
Doesn't clear that corner deep enough. If he does, you know, steps out an inch further, that may have actually been his round. It would have been a 1v1. He'd have had tons of time. It's a valiant attempt. Very nearly converts onto Woro earlier on. BM with the backstab. Love that. And a Woro 2K. He's had a good map so far as well. Bizarrely, 16 kills, and he's only done 900 damage, which is a rarity, but there you go. Take it as it comes. 8-4, and we are about to give away another skin. Could be the last one here. Probably not, though. Oh, that's big. That's super big. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce your name, but congratulations. USP Whiteout. Depends on the condition, but it's worth a decent chunk of change.
Yeah, I think...
you think? No, you don't.
I had it. No, I don't think it is. It's like, I think it's one of those factory news where it's like 0.6 float is the lowest as well, so it's like super rare.
Yeah.
And expensive. I had one in a minimal wear a couple of months ago. I think it was around the €50 mark, so good for you. We have been getting treated with some nicer drops in the grand finale of this season of Galaxy Battle, the Ukrainian Derby. Is off for the second half of map number 4. A big flash comes in, but Passion UA not able to capitalize it off of. Push down, rush down connector. Woro will still get the headshot though. Now Niffy is the next one in line. Jiggle the angle a little bit. Passion UA know they have the player advantage, so how do they want to call this? Care, crucial shots need to be hit. Off of that contact, they now explode. There's still a player lingering towards connector, but it's Dawi. Convert one with the USBs. Niffy gets one with the dualies, and now they're scrambling back. Want to go all the way back to B, which for the time being is the lesser defended side, but because now they're going slow, help arrives. This is such a scrambly round for Passion UA. They had the player advantage after losing that player. They're just completely caught out, not sure what to do. They're still 2 on A. This seems like around the TNL convert off of confidence. Simply put, Demka though, great pre-aim. Now Care next up in line. Oh, he misses a lot of shots, but still delivers one. It's going to be a 2v2 with the smoke down and bomb as well. There's a double backstab coming through. And the bomb is actually planted for long, so you can't really play off of heaven. This is a pretty difficult site to hold on to. Woro 2K needs to hit the shot. Niffy gets cleared. Woro gets damage in. It's a 1v2 situation. They try to rush him down. The defuse is there, and so are the shots. A good recovery by TNL. And around where Passion UA just kind of seemed like they're out of their element. There was not a clear game plan. And even though they get the plan down, they can't convert off of aim.
Okay, so TNL have still got a little bit of fight left in them. I did say that was maybe the last giveaway, and that could end up being the case. If TNL can claw this their way, they're looking locked in, determined. This one's not over yet. They know it. It's going to be a really tough task being on that CT side of Anubis with a deficit like this, but not impossible. That's for sure. I don't realise that.
I mean, the big issue here is
looking a little more chill.
Yeah, I mean, even if you win this map, which again you should, given you had 8 on CT, Train is up next. I mean, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but 100% win rate for TNL. Sure, they've only played it 4 times, but for Passion UA, that's just not a good map at all. So, I think it does feel very much like they're the underdogs now. Should be a really difficult conversion. Made even more difficult by now the fact that they lose the pistol. Do go for the force because they got the plants. Some early spots in. Cairn is really aggressive. Will take a lot of map control, enough of that information as well. The MP9 shots do expose his location, so he chooses to go back, but shots come other way as well, so the presence of Galils is known.
Passion have been all over the place on Train as well. They actually lost to an Amiga a few weeks ago, 13-0. And a 13-2 to an IP a few days earlier. They did manage to beat Fnatic a couple of days ago there, so maybe they've been practicing it a little bit, but yeah, you're right. Not going to be a tough... not going to be an easy task, sorry. Oh, he trades back, though. TNL actually being tested here on the A site. 3v3, no kits either, so this will not be an easy round. They're outgunned here, too.
Yeah, they gotta go quick because they have no kits, so... I mean, it doesn't take the most angles to clear here, but Jacasmo gets a double. That is clean from Passion UA. They recover as quickly as that, and that is a really bad round for TNL to lose. Right when you feel like you're on the precipice of breaking back in the game, perhaps giving them a run for their money. With the pistol round conversion, now you just get completely blown out. You have a 5-7. It could be, yeah, you just gotta go for the force, because, like, even if you save, you can't buy rifles in the next. So just a disastrous round to lose for TNL. All rifles gone. We've seen 2 pistol rounds being converted by Passion UA on this map, so... You know, there's a world. There is still a world to convert, but otherwise it might spell 11 on the board for Passion UA.
Again, I feel like a broken record, but it's bound to come up a few times in a best of 5. These pistols have been scary. It is no freebie when there's Deagles and 5.7s with Kevlar behind them in play. And we saw that exact fact from Passion UA materialise in that first half. P250 just exposes himself to the Galil. Topa, of course, will take advantage, and that's the B site open for business. TNL have gone for the stack on A. The rotates are a little bit slow, so they'll probably just save it. They'll be on an eco in the next. Better to have these pistols and armor to fight in the future round, but it does mean 10 double digits given up here for Passion UA. I'll extend this gap, extend this lead further.
I feel like I have to remind how much is at stake here as well. Like, you can definitely see some of these players are maybe a little bit nervous because just so much is on the line, right? For one, you're trying to prove that you're kind of the best Ukrainian team at the moment, at least for sure in this tournament. It's the Ukrainian Derby, all 10 players from the same country. For two, we are upping the prizes for this season of Galaxy Battle. We've almost doubled them, so it's actually a lot of just prize money you're fighting for as well. Second place takes 11,000, first place takes 25. So if everything is kind of split fairly, you know, this almost means that if you win, you increase your individual payout by almost 2,000. You know, that's also a really decent amount of money to play for. That's rent covered for the next month or two. But for the time being, Passion UA have done very well to look dominant on their map pick, something that was so difficult to do, and they ultimately failed at on Mirage. As we both said heading into this, I think 5 maps is what we deserve to see in this final of the magnitude, you know, with everything considered. Passion UA are 3 rounds away from it, and this one is even an easy one, you'd say. Just the 5.7s and the Eagles. We've seen them do a lot of havoc in the first half. UA seem to deal with it with somewhat of an ease, just waiting out for the pushes, ultimately gonna pick a site to attack to once the clock runs down a little bit, once the utility is used up on the side of TNL.
So, but creeping his way through.
Oh.
Onyx actually going to block that smoke, trying to create a little gap around it, but
that's his
again,
impact
it's this
in the round.
A stack, and there's just nothing. This is getting a little bit stale from TNL. I hope to see something better in the next round with the buy, because, yeah, I don't even know what to really say for this. This round, they'll have a crack at the retake, but there is no chance, especially without a kit. One smoke on Cat. They're about to be flanked hit.
Boom. Topa cleans it up. We get 4 big booms. And Passion UA get the 11th. They recover a little bit. Attack pause called for TNL. I feel like the mental is different as well. Like on Ancient, you're down 10 to 12, but it's just different. It's like we're taking the lead in the series. So I think the potential of a comeback, like you're more inspired to do it. Here it's like, we still have the lead. If we lose the map, then it's all equal, and then we have a map where we have just such a good win rate on. I think it's kind of kept as a safety net in the backs of the heads of some of these players, and I think maybe that doesn't inspire you to go for this huge comeback on Anubis either. We've seen crazy things. I mean, this is the battle for the best in tier 3/2 in a sense, so anything can happen. With Passion UA looking locked in, just 2 away from taking us to Train, which again would be an amazing finish to an already very exciting best of 5 finish. The AKs are out.
A decent pickup. All or nothing here for TNL, it feels. I mean, even winning this round, a long way from where you need to be, but maybe a small chance.
I think the run is done, no? Yeah, Clem goes down. They had such good information and damage in off that B long push that at this point it's like a 3v5 where you have 3 players stacking the A side. Seems impossible, Swing comes through, but Cairn is there to deny it to get with Fleerax, and so this round fizzles out really quickly off of one good play by TNL. At initial engagement, they get the spot, they get the player advantage, and they get some extra damage in on top of map control. Like, that's something Passion UA cannot allow to happen again. These are really good in the cash department, so should be able to go for 2 more rifle round buys.
I'm going to give this one up. I mean, they've got loads of money, so it's not going to matter all too much whether they die, whether they survive. Dying after time would be a little bit awkward, but right now they're not going to be worrying about that all too much.
Counter-terrorists win.
TNL, they'll just be happy that they convert when they need to. Deny Passion UA from hitting 12 rounds. That's all that's going to be important. Play it as it comes.
It's a very clean round. They've managed to convert. Actually with some aggression towards mid. That's a little bit interesting. Doggy is down below, but Kvem just blows Nifty out of the water. And now they're looking to attack A quickly, where there's only Cairn on the other side. He has been the impact player, the difference maker so far. as he'll get a kill in and try to get away. He's actually still on site. Cairn still fights. Fleerax gets a kill in the mix. And TNL again have found a way how at least resurrect this round. Woro is getting naded down. There's a double aggressive setup. The bomb is down as well. This is nasty from TNL. I thought the round was over with that initial frag and only one on A, but it just all falls apart for Passion UA here. No bomb plant, no nothing. We'll have another rifle round in the next to try, but for the time being, that is TNL making a comeback again. A much bigger one needed this time, but seems like the spirit is still there.
They've been good in these comeback situations, and to be honest, for me, it feels like this score is a little bit superficially one-sided, if that makes sense. Obviously, Passion UA gave us a really good first half, but the chunk of rounds that they were able to take off of the back of converting in that second round. And then, you know, TNL going for the force buy, stacking A. No one was A. Then they saved. They had those same pistols again. They stacked A. No one was A. It just felt like Passion UA were able to accumulate a lot of sort of freebie rounds at the start of this second half. And it's put them a lot closer to the finish line than I think TNL would like them to be. But now they've got the guns out. They're showing us that they are very capable of playing a CT side here on Anubis. And the strat book runs a little bit deeper than just the A stacks. Running down that clock again is actually really going to hurt the Passion money. So this will be the last buy that they can afford. If TNL can break this one, we'll go 11-9, and then we've really got a game on our hands.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's still a world where we finish things off on Anubis. I know it sounds a little bit crazy to say now. It's 11-7. You have rifles. It's Anubis T side, but Passion UA, this was their exact problem on Ancient. You know, with the way how things should have been. They should have been looking to win the whole thing on Anubis, not try to come back and push it to train. Things did look a little bit off when the pressure had mounted the most. That is to be expected with this new team that sure is great individually, but maybe some cracks start to show when pressure is applied. Bomb is actually alone towards long. Jakasmo has to get away there. I mean, if he went down there, that's a disastrous start to the round. Instead, Passioniev just slowly crawled up towards mid and A. There's two defenders there. Last round it looked promising. This is another big chance, a 5v2 of sorts for that A site. Mid gets isolated. Kvem tries to push in. Fleerax gets a frag though. Kvem with the recovery. They need another. Cairn again has to be the impact player as he gets the frag. Woro with the refrag. Cairn, oh, looking for another. It's finally shut down. They will get the bomb down, or at least try to. Onyx actually arrived very closely, and I think
maybe they
just go for the denial. Trying to spam through the smoke.
Wow.
He finds him. Damn, 30 seconds on the clock. Woro with the op, so the worst weapon to have in this situation. Wants to run down the player, but he's nowhere to be found.
It's down to Jakasmo second guessing himself there.
Yeah, 15. There's nothing he can do. I guess trying to fake it out, but at this point, like, you faked it. They're pushing in. That's the round. No way. Passion UA, again, a big round where they can't do anything. It was a 2v5 for the site, literally. All they had to do was take down this final one, but Cairn, the fact that he delivers two and stays alive for so long means that the rest can help as well. And just the bomb plant is denied beautifully here.
Okay. Yeah, we are in business. No plant as well, so no extra money to come for Passion UA. And as I said before, it does just come down to Jakasmo second guessing himself there a little bit. He was somewhat right to. He didn't have the info nor the control of A main, was worried that there was going to be a flank coming through. He was right, but it was far enough away that he didn't have to worry about it. The major threat was there from Heaven, the immediate threat. Pistols forced up. The one luxury is was losing rounds, but still being able to buy. They rack up a loss bonus that means that they, can have pistols and Kevlar into this one. Decent early entry, though. Davi will draw first blood.
we need another Woro 2K double deagle. He has, again, been doing amazing with every weapon that's not the op today. We've seen clutches from him, we've seen other great stuff, but when it comes to converting with the op, certainly a lot of trouble so far. I was given a deagle and dream, really. 45 on the clock, Passion UA at this point. Wow, that's exactly what they do. It's a huge initial frag. Warrock fully commits to the peak. Now they look to head towards B. Great Molly, though. Oh, that's amazing. Yep. Well, fires them up. Gives them information, and this attack should be done and dusted. Though, even with the frag, Warrow finds another. Jacasmo has found a deagle shot as well. But a 1v2 necessary by Jacasmo on the deagle. 20 on the clock. They swing out. He finds the first low HP on the last. KO out in the open. No way. Jacasmo converts that. An insane deagle round. That is the third time you lose to pistols, TNL.
And quite literally the worst time for it. Unbelievable mechanics here, though, from Jacasmo.
You had 15 seconds on the clock. Like, the fact that Onyx peaks is nonsense. All you had to do was just hold the crossfire angle. You're up against a deagle with 2 rifles. Just hold down the line, swing together. The chance is just given for free to them there. And even though the comeback was in the works, would have made it 11-9 actually. Now it's 4 opportunities again to close out. Clearax though, well, that's the start. Could be the first final nails in the coffin. 4 more to be found. You now have Niffy on a 5-7 as well. Passion UA given another easy chance to convert here and now. We're not able to do that on Ancient. Niffy tries to run down the player, instead picks up the op. Still anybody's game for the time being. Onyx push is spotted. Bomb to go back towards A, and oh, that's a completely empty site. They've called the big bluff here on the side of TNL. They have players everywhere but A. Niffy misses, and seems like Passion UA. When you win 3 deagle rounds, you deserve to win the whole map.
Cruel way for this one to potentially end. The close AK, though, is wiped out. And this game of dominoes, Passion, the little brother, trying to knock them all down, but TNL picking them up and trying to build something. A comeback, perhaps. A 9th round on the horizon, but the peaks just can't materialize. Jacasmo's there to stop them. It's Davy in the 1v1. Time is of the essence, and as he swings, Jacasmo delivers a quadra, wipes his bag, gets that sweat off as we go into a 5th and final map. This best of 5 grand finals going the distance.
Damn, they almost completely messed it up, dude. 3v5 post plant. 3 kills go the way of TNL, but it will be somewhat, I don't want to call it a smooth finish, but if you look at the score, it's 13-8. Honestly, could have been a lot closer again. 3 of these pistol rounds were converted by Passion UA. And Woro, we're still giving the MVP to the most damage. I mean, that it is a little bit backhanded. Karen certainly did a lot to bring them back in the game for the comeback, but I don't even want to, okay, sure, Woro deserves it. But it will be Karen.
Aye. Alright, well, he's not going to feel like the most valuable player, that's for sure, but a decent game from him. We're going the distance, Twist. I know you wanted this, and yeah, it's going to be delivered. 5 maps, Trainers the decider. I really don't know which way this is going to go now.
Absolutely no idea. Stats should say that, you know, it should be TNL sided a little bit, but stats have been thrown out of the window. This is the 5th map of a Ukrainian derby. Like, this is pure focus, pure motivation. Those are the things that are going to convert the whole thing here. We're going on a break, giving the players some time to cool off, and returning with probably the most entertaining map so far in Galaxy Battle. A 5th map finisher of our grand finale. See you guys on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the slightly extended break, but we have gone the distance here in Galaxy Battle Phase 1 in the Grand Finals. We have got a full 5 mapper, and it's going to be Train to settle the score. These two teams have traded map picks. It's been all over the place, and it all boils down to this. I'm joined by Twist, and we will be bringing you through the final, probably 40-45 minutes of the tournament. And it means absolutely everything here for both of these teams. You see the cams fired up, locked in. Both are wanting this prize. And just to think, you know, just the next few moments have so much on the line in terms of the prize money, in terms of the glory.
Yeah, it's literally what all of this boils down to. The snooze is out. We need everything that we can for Train. It's a very nice finish. It's a favorite of mine to play, watch, and cast. And it really all boils down to it. We start off with Dust 2, Mirage maps, where aim really gets you more than halfway across. And slowly but surely we start to build up. Ancient is a lot more strategical, Anubis. We saw some good strats from Passion UA as well. Now it all comes down to a Train knife round. Normally we'd skip these. This one I feel like will be exciting as well. Now you're gonna even fight hard for the knives. Ani gets 2, Clem with 1 back. Back and forth, 1v2 clutch necessary. It's a good damage, but seems like TNL will be able to pick the starting side, which will be CD.
All right, well, underway.
I'm ready, man.
Onic.
I'm excited. 40 minutes. 40 minutes of this, you know, like 3 weeks of the tournament boils down to one final map, Train.
And $14,000 difference in prize money, by the way. All boils down to Train. Who loves the locomotives most? Can. Wants to try his luck with the Julies up close. Big headshot for the first. Looking to try and follow up. Quem's there for the trade, but a lot of damage taken in the process, as they will keep barreling forward. Jacasmo's Glock tapping away. Confirms that Fluirax is in the corner, but they are on a short fuse. And the round goes boom as TNL take the first.
A TNL pistol round, something we did not really get to enjoy that much on the first 4 maps, but I mean here this goes a really long way. We did see them lose against pistol buys 3 times on Anubis. 3 times, man. Anubis could have been way different if not for those pistol wins. It's only going to be 2 Deagle. Surely, just get an easy second and you know, take it with what you can in the next. Now we'll find Clem, that's one of the Deagles gone, and a farm should be ahead. Jacasma will be able to take down one with the Glock, but a Deagle retrieved. That is your ticket back in the round.
You know, super interestingly, periodically throughout this series between maps, I've just had a little look at the live odds and, you know, predictions and stuff. And Passion UA have been the favourites throughout this entire series. The one time that changed was when TNL went 2-1 up, but then quickly, when Passion UA then tied it back up at 2-2, those odds shifted heavily back in Passion UA's favour. Finally, with TNL cracking open this 5th map, the first couple of rounds going their way, we finally see them as the favourites to take this one. And it's kind of interesting because that's been the narrative throughout, right? Passion UA, on paper, are the better team. The rankings, maybe not sort of reflecting that as much at the moment. But yeah, I think everybody sort of teed them up to be able to get this done. And TNL making that complicated. First buy round underway here on Train. As we go into round number 3.
Fleerax down Ivy with the op. This is a big play. That's the first rifle round, man. Not sure they're going to be expecting $5,000 just kind of chucked out in the open, but this gives them so much info. Demka spots them, not ready for the op, and that's a Fleerax frag.
So, but creeping his way out with the Galileo. Here on Long Dog, Fleerax still picking apart his teammates. He's trying to call from the back foot, but saying, guys, what's happening? Takes a lot of damage, does win the fight, should be traded right back. There you go, Cat. In from the sideline, HG. Would have done some big damage, but takes a little tap of the train. Ends up losing its momentum. Oh my god, that is filled. Wow. What a round.
It's really clean from TNL, and they show early on that they're not scared to take these initiatives against, again, as you said, technically better opponents. It's not often you see, you know, the op being bought and immediately just going for a very risky play, but not only gives them the info, it gives them one, then the second, and ultimately the 3rd round on the board. Passion UA will be pushed back to just Tech 9s, but oh man, we really got the pistol special on Anubis, so I think there's still a world to at least get the plan down.
Don't jinx it, right? Say a world to get the plant down. Have you been watching this series at all? It's been pistol rounds converting left, right, and center. And we might just see another one here. It's the Desert Eagle for the first, the Tech 9 to take a second. Davi finally plugs the bleeding with a double of his own. Oh, wow, make that a triple. All right, single-handedly putting a Band-Aid on this round. Will it hold?
Problem is the bomb. It's dropped all the way towards main, and you're kind of playing for sight, hoping that now they'll try to re-clear it again, walk into your crosshair. But like that is what you're banking on. Dawi is so tagged up, but so much impact. Molly will delay him, and now they push out in the open. Clem with the frag. That was about Pop Dog as well, actually. 1v2, he wants to pursue Dawi. He knows he's very low. Just one shot with the Deagle would do it. Dawi on quick face trying to get away, but we'll come to an engagement. Oh, that's a headshot for Kvem. Has the op as well, but Niffy gets away. What happened to the bomb? Niffy just... Well, he's backing on the Ivy play, I guess. 30 seconds. Kvem tries to clear the angle as he stays on the Deagle, but that means a headshot is needed. As he goes for the peak. Oh, what? 1 HP. Insane 1v2 from Kvem. Did you see that?
I did indeed. This is what I'm talking about. I accidentally tapped my mic, so you didn't get my reaction on it, but just... It's these pistol rounds that are just unreal. And we've seen them plaguing both teams, but to be honest, plaguing TNL more than Passion in this series. Oh my. And telling you, you jinxed it. Oh, maybe they got a bomb plant. Yeah.
Maybe I did.
Whatever. They had
It's
other
all my
plans.
fault as always. Yeah, I mean, that completely changed the economy as well, right? Because now you've done the hardest thing. Now you just got to win one good rifle round, and you've tied it up pretty much. Demka will try to arrive towards Ivy. Onyx is up close. They really like to have a lot of presence toward... Not sure if he was spotted. It seemed like he was right on the edge. Tries to go for the spam. Onyx might play on the reload here. Oh, he actually gets in the smoke. He's waiting for the reload, but Demka... Damn, that's a tilter. Did you see Onyx kind of scooting back, you know, in your chair? That's what you do when things do not go your way at all. If he makes a jump.
Yeah, I think they maybe would have just about heard that. Not going to matter all too much. Can be the first on the chopping block. Morrow following up. Nifei completely whiffs. And whilst Flirax has had a decent little stab at this round, he's been hitting his shots. Nobody else has delivered. I think we might just see this one tie up, to be honest, as Passion UA will take a second here. A third surely imminent. Flirax, hold on to this orb. I don't think anyone's going to go hunting too hard for it. Chance for Jacasmo to upgrade that Galil in the next few moments, though. We keep marching forward. Neck and neck once again.
It has been such a back and forth affair, and like the ways how they make it work, right? TNL have lost 4 rifle rounds against pistols in 2 maps played. That has been the issue plaguing them. Like, they were in a great position to establish 4, you know, start to break away, put some momentum on the board instead. Not only did they lose the round against pistols, now their economy gets completely wiped, and suddenly you're in this position where there's an op and 40 USPs to try and deny the comeback. Yeah, that's how it starts, and it is like, I love the play. Like, I was watching it, I was like, oh, he's now getting closer in the smoke, you know, he's waiting for the reload. Once he reloads, that should be a very easy kill. Nice idea, but, well, he would have bested me as well, I guess. That's very good awareness. I don't know if it was intentional, maybe he just got a lucky spam, but that kill goes a long way. And yeah, that's what it boils down to. A single nade invested in the round. Not sure what the idea is with it. Maybe we can see Onyx. Maybe he has a lineup or something. No damage dealt. Oh, again, dude.
Wow, what a shot.
At least they get the op back. Right, they have the stack as well. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah, they're walking into a little bit of a trap here. The bear trap bites down. Topa, a lovely little transfer. But it will not be enough. Morrow stoops down to their level, gets the Glock out. It is just down to Davi with this AWP, but 1v4, too tall a task. It's actually enough of a deterrent that they will go elsewhere.
I like that. I think it shows that they're not like overconfident. Like, it's a kind of stupid play to make. It's like, let's just go plan B, right? But that's kind of how it unravels. And with the losses that Passion UA have had in some of these rounds, I feel like they just gotta play it safe. Not give Dawi anything. Well then, we're all tied up. This is again just such a tilter how to start things off. Demka catches the perfect timing, and even though it looks maybe a little bit dangerous, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the pea shooters.
Yeah, had the right idea, right? I mean, as anticipated, they lose the round, but the stack up was on the right side. It's just pure mechanics out of Topa. He's been the one, you know, every time we go to the cams, it feels like Passion UA are looking a little bit defeated and whatnot. Topa's the one that you know, on the cams is always fired up. Anytime there's a big play, anytime there's a big round, getting the hype going. We saw it yesterday in the semi-finals. He actually aced with the AWP to close in the final round of regulation, and his reaction was absolutely priceless. Jumping out of his chair, shouting and screaming. That's the kind of energy we want to see here in the 5th map for the grand finals. Round number 7, tied up at 3 apiece. Warrow's got an AWP. There isn't one on the CT side, but it's rifles all round. A little bit of contact. Kvem will take a tag, but gets out of there alive.
I feel like, especially with this being the land for TNL, like the bootcamp, you know, that's what they need on side of Passion. A little bit of hype, because the bootcamp certainly helps with it. Makes you feel a lot more connected. A boost up. Oh my god, Warrow. Dude, that is 3 times now that the opening frag goes the way of Passion UA off this Ivy fight. So by now TNL should have a pretty good idea how to kind of reallocate these players. I actually want to send Dawi on a bit of a gamble, because if you lost a player, you need some info, although rotations are quick. You'd still love to have the correct site under control. But for the time being, it's Passion UA slowly but surely moving their troops towards the B site, left completely open. And this is you having no economy at all if you lose it, so... Nicely timed rotation by Nifty. They're actually going for the stack again, dude. Oh, this can get messy.
Yeah, it certainly could.
This can get real messy.
Oh, I mean... The thing is every time it looks like it can get messy, Passion just keep it so clean. The entries are concise, but they don't expect another 2 at the back of the site. It's Onic and Davi to pull it back to a very winnable spot. Just dancing around these smokes, not wanting to go for the spam, but Onic sees a leg. That'll be enough for him to react. Demka working his way up, but he's whiffed. And he now needs to just try and stay alive as Warrow comes in from the back. The problem is Warrow's got an AWP. So once he fires off that shot, his cover's blown. And at close range, this might be tricky. That's a huge mistake from Demka. And Warrow up close has to use it like a shotgun. It's a no-scope to get it over the line. And you see him sat back and relaxed. He doesn't break a sweat. But that round comes a little close for comfort.
The man to start it off, the man to finish it off. Yeah, you said... I feel like you kind of did the same thing as I said. Oh, well, hopefully they get the bomb plant down the pistol. With the pistols here, it's like you said, it's very clean from Passion UA. It really gets out of hand here. Warrow, I mean, the 3-piece is monumental to convert around. And yeah, he is... I think that's just his default way of sitting. He's just sitting in a very relaxed position. Maybe it's... and gives your body the false sense of security. Looks comfortable. Should be a comfortable 5th as well. It's a nice attempt from Onic. Cheeky play. 5-7 out in the open. Oh no, that's a lot of info. You should just be going B at this point. I think he saw all 3.
This might finally be TNL's time to win a pistol round, though. Look at this. AWP's anticipating the push up from Pop, but the trade is there. Topa drops. Demka has to try and recover this bomb. They're going to run through the flames to deny it. Fleerax doesn't want to do the same. Knife out. Ben will be here for the freebie. That comes, again, a little too close, all things considered. But a fumble at the end from TNL with the advantage. We'll go 5-3 here.
That's an interesting round. Gets a little bit messy. Very slim margins we were operating there, both time and position and just everything wise. Passion UA though, 5 straight now. You know, they're starting to build up some nice rounds. I mean, this is again a round where TNL have the rifles, but if they lose it, man, they're going to be on pistols. That could be 7-3 out in the open. Can't get the frag though. 3 frags. Kvem almost a double. Dies there for a huge double himself. Backstab there, but not expecting another pop.
Wow.
That's a quick conversion for TNL. I guess fast rounds is not the answer for Passion UA.
Okay. 5-4. TNL finally service a very good hold there on the A site. It's a little bit of a tempo change from Passion. We haven't seen a round as fast as that so far. Look at Topa's reaction.
Yeah.
Very animated. What's happened there? Where's the trade? back onto a bye, but there are holes in this. Jacasmo's only down to a Tech 9. If they lose this round, TNL could take the lead. All that hard work could start to unravel. What a spam was scarily close there. Lyrax goes for a little poke for information. I think he's just confirmed that there's one there, but not able to pull the trigger. The ult boost again. It's a run boost across. No one to be on the receiving end of it
This time
this
they find
time.
nothing. Yeah, I feel like this has been how they kind of converted 3 rounds almost, just with the opening picks. Again, dude, they keep giving it away. Well, it's a good find. Topa getting flashed in. Topa not ready. Oh my god, that's lucky. That is just pure luck, but it just wins them the round pretty much. You have Onic and Nifty left in a 2v5. Really difficult conversion. Flash comes in. Nade. Spotted them. Oh, wait. Jacasmo. Some team damage, then the kill on top, so redeems himself, and Onic will be left in a 1v4. I guess if you're Passion UA, just keep going Ivy and getting the opening pick. Like, that is literally how they've found 4 out of 5 played now.
Onic kind of having a little go at this as well. AWP, wow, nice reaction. Waro again, just doesn't break a sweat, no smiles
he's
yet.
not whiffing anymore. This is game 5 Oro. He has been really good all throughout the series, but like the one crutch that he has had so far has been just whiffing easy shots. On that 5, he's confident. He has 5 kills, not the most, not the least, but the reaction time is there. He had that huge round where he got the 3-piece as well, so far so good. Interestingly enough, Passion UA also has a 58% win rate on the CT side, so looking really good for now. Although the CTT side win rates just have not been true at all so far. TNL's CT side is better as well with 63% in fact, so time to ramp up the pace a little bit. Like, you need this round. Karen will get one back. Karen gets a double again, dude, what?
The low buys like this, it doesn't fill me with confidence, to be honest, that TNL are only converting these rounds where they have scrappy investments and they just kind of get up in Passion's face. But to be honest, at this point, however you put them on the board, just doesn't really matter. Just get them down. Start to service a reasonable half so you can get something done on your T side. Nifty will be able to finish off Waro. He was tagged down low at the start, and it's a Topa 1v3 that's needed. Fleerax being a little too aggressive. We'll get the information. I'm not sure how much that's worth at this point. And they'll split this into 2 1v1s, so the opportunity's definitely here for Topa. I think he just made a step.
Yeah, Nifty just needs to play this very passively. He can literally wait for the plant and, you know, pop up at that point. I'm actually drawing the rotations back to B, but not too sure. Trying to fake them out. I love what Topa is doing. Makes noise though again. Now the rotation's there. Yeah, good shutdown from Nifty. And yeah, it's a scrappy round, but I mean, anything helps really. You know, it does not have to be beautiful Counter-Strike to get it over the line. And possibly a 6-6 just looks so much more competitive than what could have been a 4-8 finish there. Actually, bad cash for Passion UA as well. And the last round, they end up with only 2 rifles. Huge round to convert there for TNL. Off the back of Cairn, who again has just been so impactful.
Okay. 6-5, as you say. Money not great here for Passion. That's not caused them tons of problems in the past. It's a good start for Onic, though. Air support there from the AWP if needed. Fleerax didn't even need to fire the shot. Kven's been tagged down low early on as well. I'm not even sure how that came about. Maybe a spam or a nade. Either way, down to 58. Interesting boost up on the boxes when that smoke starts to fade. Davy will have a sight line into pop. No one will be home, but they've got the right idea. They're rotating onto B, and this is where the execution's about to commence.
Ooh. Wait. And they're not committing. So much rotations coming in, but they're like, hold on, maybe we can just slow it down a little, make them gamble, make them play 2-2. I think it's a very fine call from Passion UA. They gained the advantage by playing slowly. Now they can over-rotate back towards A, but there's no hit yet there. So actually, if they wait it out a little bit, it will just be the 2v2. Dawi on the other side gets a lot of damage in, but Topa with the Tech 9, but Onic and Fleerfax deliver back. Shot missed. Lyrax with the Deagle. Oh, gets more in. And it's just Waro again, who has just woken up when you need him the most. The 1v3 necessary. Good timing. Should get the frag.
Oh,
Gets
wow.
it 1v1.
He's going to tuck himself in the corner here as well. And if they... Oh, plays this perfectly.
Oh.
Plays this... Oh, what? Waro!
What?
There we go. A little flex of the muscles. That's what's needed. That is unbelievable. Should have been 6-6 every day of the week. And Waro... Oh, we got to see it on the replay. Beautiful for the first
What is
headshot.
that?
How does he hit
Dead to
that?
his
That's
right
not even
there.
much of a whiff from Niffy there. I want to see Niffy's reaction. It's just a raised eyebrow. Wow.
I'm lost for words. That is such a crucial... That's like the third time he's like a bear, you know, just goes for a long sleep, and when you need him, he's ferocious. Damn. Can we get something good? Possibly for the last spin of this season.
Oh,
yes, let's go.
Delivering. LSL beats. Congratulations. You just found yourself a new M4A4 Hellfire. And that, yeah, probably will be the last spin. If we see overtime, then there's a chance for more. But yeah, up in the odds, up in the ante here in the grand finals. Second half pistol round worth absolutely everything. And look at this from Onyx. He is out of his chair. He is rallying the troops. Let's go, boys. Get your heads in the game. We're still in this. Everybody looking a little defeated, but the leader still firing them up.
I still can't
so
believe
doable.
Waro hit that shot.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's just salt in the wound.
Everyone was just taken aback by that. Insane. A bit of a pause as well. Much needed. I mean, we're at this point, we're like 5 hours into this, man. Yeah, we're nearing the number of 5. So when you have to play, like, there's no other sport really where you have to kind of play at the peak of your performance for like 5 hours. Cricket, maybe?
Yeah, I was just
feel
about
like
to say
Counter-Strike
cricket,
is-
but you sort of, if you spend half the game
Take breaks.
building,
Take tea breaks.
which, yeah, I mean, you have a big tea break, don't you? But then you know, if you're batting, then you don't actually spend much time out in the field at all, do you? Just sort of sat on the side waiting for your turn. So, yeah, even then, I can't think of anything else that, yeah, requires this much focus for this much time.
The shirt's back on.
Yeah, he means business. He's put it back on so that when they win, he'll then... Got the Topher cam again. He's put it back on so that when they win, he can rip it off. I think that's what that's about. Just you wait.
Maybe, well, I love the player cams. I think it has given us a lot of interesting moments all throughout. Damn, this is what it boils down to, man. I feel like we just need to, take like 5 minutes aback to just kind of process what has gone on so far. It's 5-7. It's still anybody's game, sure. Both of these teams actually prefer CD side train by quite a margin. So technically, Passion UA should be in the driver's seat with the 2-round lead, with playing on the better side. But, the series so far, it has just been a coin flip. Not to say that it has been undeserved or random. It has just been a constant showcase of skill from both sides. 2 Ukrainian 5-stacks trying to prove they're the best ones for now. Both actually on a big rise for different reasons. Passion UA's 2 new player additions just go such a long way. For TNL, there's just kind of been finally, everything. Nothing happens and then everything happens at once for this lineup that has been together for years at this point.
Yeah, I think it was you that said the other day, right? Just that, it's so nice to see this this TNL roster kind of hitting the heights that they're hitting, because when they hit the scene, there was a lot of accusations about them. There was a lot of sort of stigma around this roster of like, where have these guys come from and how are they, beating some of these bigger teams in open quals and whatnot. And you know, it took them a little while to prove themselves and untarnish their name. Prove that they were actually just the superstars that they've been performing at the level of. They did it on LAN. They've done it online. And they look to put the cherry on the cake here. Galaxy Battle.
Man, the tension must be insane on, like, just the pressure on everyone's shoulders. Like, it's not often you're, like, 50 seconds into the pistol round, and I don't think more than 5 footsteps have been made. So slow, so calculated. TNL will choose to attack towards B. The stack is there. 4 players, long range USPs, a beautiful setup to destroy, to take, to put the 8th on the board. Niffy will get one back, but it seems impossible. At 1v4 now necessary for Niffy. It all starts to fizzle out just a little bit. TNL won the first pistol, but other than that, Passion UA, I believe, are 7 for 10 in the pistol round department. Actually might be way off there, but I think it is 7 to 10. 7 for 10, rather.
Well, TNL going to be a little bit disappointed they didn't seize that opportunity to get back into the game. The little pep talk given might now be somewhat expired, as they'll have to get beaten down with the Glocks here. Then go for a buy in the next. At that point, it'll be 9-5.
Which is the exact scoreline from which the comeback started on Anubis. On Ancient, excuse me.
I guess so. Written in the stars, perhaps. Deja vu might start to plague Passion UA. Maybe that 9-5 scoreline just starts feeling like an office job. Strenuous, boring. No end in sight. Demka.
Actually kind of isolated there.
Yeah, I think he might get overwhelmed.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a reload. Now they approach. This is huge. Clam arrives, shuts it down completely. We're good. But yeah, just everything we've seen. I mean, I see a chance. Something going the way of Passion UA, or TNL in this case. 9th on the board regardless. They have struggled a little bit. You know, this is how the whole series started on Dust 2. They won the pistol, lost the second. So, good to see them deal with this with absolutely no issues. 5 rifles will be kept, economy will be built up. And again, we've seen this once. Ancient went to overtime off of a 5-9 comeback, started by TNL. Our first rifle round of the second half, and could be one of the last rifle rounds of the whole series.
This is really, you know, I've been saying this throughout the whole series, these little must-win moments, and you know, some of which have been necessary to get us to this point in the first place, but now this is the true must-win. You lose this round, and you are in the mud if you're TNL. Being squashed a little bit early. Good molly. He's hearing Quem burning in it. I'm surprised he doesn't want to take that gunfight. Short's extinguished. Can't. Spams. Do further damage.
Oh.
Quem will get out of there alive, but limping.
They tried to aggress on A. Topa is there with an MP9, but honestly, the setup, long range, smokes now come in, a lot of damage. Quem gets a refrag. Worro, though, on site, pre-aimed, it's a headshot. Quem now arrives with a double, needs to stand tall, but it's Demko with the frag. 2v3, Molly comes in. They're burning.
How does he escape that? I just don't know how they let him escape. There's so many moments here where, you know, the close molly's great to flush out the first. They don't capitalize. The second backside. Again, you've got to be spamming to the left as he tries to fall away. Doesn't end up happening. Now Onyx, worried about the flank as well. Yeah, all the timings missed. Passion UA onto 10. And TNL looking a little bit defeated here.
It does feel like this is where it all unravels, right? You're reach double digits, you should have a round up against just Tech-9s and Deagles. I mean, 11-5 should be the scoreline. But for some reason, Josh, it's like, there's no way this just ends 13-5 or 6, right? Like, just with everything we've seen, there's always been potential, there's always been drama, there's always been comebacks. I really don't want to just think it ends so one-sided that Passion UA are just able to finally hold that foot on the gas pedal.
I hope so too. Yeah, this would be somewhat anticlimactic and I mean impressive for Passion UA. They don't want those complications. They want to just close this out with ease, but yeah, you're right. With what we've been given so far, this would be an anticlimactic end to our grand finals. Jacasmo showing them how it's done when it comes to this B slope. Felt like every single time Passion UA entered out onto that B slope, they won the duel. TNL would get off a dink or a bit of damage, but nothing more. Smoke goes down. Jacasmo's going to play in front of it. If they walk through, they're in for a nasty surprise. Turns the flash, back on the angle. Spams from Con as well. They might just give up this plant.
Just pop out. But yeah, they still get the plant done, actually. Some damage dealt. Jacasmo with the second of the round. There's a backstab coming as well. 3v5 necessary with just the Deagles and Tech-9's a very difficult task. They double up, swing him together. Jacasmo is tagged up. Kvem delivering. Karen is there with the Deagle shot. Some more damage, but a 1v3 for Karen is just all too much. And damn, Topa is just shouting at the top of his lungs. Passion UA, what a strenuous battle this has been. But finally, you feel like you're in the driver's seat and you're so close to bringing it home. 11-5, one more good rifle round for TNL. This has to be it. Your back is against the wall. You need like an animalistic instinct to kick in to convert this, but Topa is fired up as well. Everyone is. This is what 3 weeks of Counter-Strike boiled down to. One rifle round, or it can all be evaporated for TNL. Oro has the op, outmain, spots the opponent. Damage peppered in by the util.
Damage. This is tough. Leg spotted. Bullet connects for 6 points of damage. Bombs wrapping around to Ivy. Seems like TNL have already made their mind up where they want to go this round. As you say, though, it all boils down to this. Fleerax up on top of the dumpster. So he sees just a little bit of the man going for the jump spots. Might be able to connect on the AWP, so yeah, just backs that up. Smoke impedes their progress. Passion UA just have an answer for everything, but their util has been depleted. They have a smoke and a flash left to work with. This is where TNL will try and pounce.
Yeah, 50 seconds left. Haven't really taken any aggressive duels. You're trying to boil it down to the last couple of seconds. Try and guess, maybe shift the CT players a little bit, but ultimately it will come down to just one committed execution on what seems to be the B bomb site. 30 seconds now. Two defenders there, who other than Topa and Jacasmo, to be the first responders to this emergency. Bomb site B has been hit. They're out on ramp. Onyx with the frag. Jacasmo gets the damage and gets the frag. Niffy trying to spot him. Fleerax arrives with one.
Okay.
Niffy gets another. Not ready for Damka though. Kvem gets another on top, and now it's a 2v2 with the bomb going down. They do know where both players are coming from, I believe. Dawi is still stuck on site, has to deal with Kvem. Demka, long range, spots the player, can't get the frag, but Kvem can. It's a 1v2 for Cairn, and he's on 16 HP. This would require a miracle. No util, no nothing, just raw aim needed. Spots the first, but that has been exchanged, and Kvem will deliver the last shot. It's 12, it's map point for Passion UA. They are seconds away from crowning themselves Galaxy Battle Phase 1 champions. Topa fired up as ever, keeping the dream alive. And we can see in TNL camp, it's 5 different positions of tilt.
Yeah. The 5 stages of choking. I mean,
Ooh,
he's on it there, but he hits the metal. That's why I didn't do the damage. Yeah, the 5 stages of choking a grand final here. A best of 5. They led 2-1. It seems so simple when you broke it down into they need to either win Anubis or Train. They'll have 2 chances. At that point, you think, yeah, fancy the odds at that. But no. Passion UA, grit, determination, gets this ahead for them. It's Clem to take the first and almost the double. Needs a little bit of support from Demka. Trade out there for Can. Brings it back into a 3-on-3. They need 7 in a row for overtime. I just don't think they've got it in them. Jacasmo, brilliant timing. Flanks in, no trade. Still peppering damage, but Onyx through the smoke. Oh my god, he's just found 2.
Out of nowhere, Onyx arrives. Jacasmo is left in a 1v2 to clutch it out to secure it. Fleerax, surely he clears this. Onyx is there with the 3rd, and TNL secure the 6th. Miraculously recovering the 2v3. I'm not sure how Onyx finds 2 through the smoke there, but it doesn't matter, does it? They found 1. 6 more to come. Overtime is 50-50. Either you get it or you don't. That's kind of the mentality that you need to live with here if you're TNL.
Yep. Yeah, forget about the fact that it's 6 rounds in a row needed. Make it down round by round. It does get easier if they win this one. There'll be no money for Passion. And yeah, they'll have a little bit of a freebie against Pistols. Allow them to build up that confidence, that momentum a little bit further. But you're right, 50-50. Get it or you don't. Eyes on the prize now, boys. TNL. This would be one hell of a comeback if they can pull it off. Nade. Goes a little too deep. Won't blow the smoke open. Emka somewhat lucky that doesn't end up being the case. I thought was ready and waiting for him to pounce.
I think the worst way how to go out here is if you lose, again, your gunfight towards Ivy. Like, this is how Passion UA got so many rounds on that T side. It's just by continuously winning their Ivy fights, so this would just be salt on the wound. Fleerax is peppered up. Damka a little bit low as well. That's extra damage. Fleerax bullet away from dying, stuck on the op. He can't shoot. They know they haven't beat. Quam will get Onyx, but Damka holding the line has been the hero so far. This would be the play for the whole tournament. If you can shut down these players out in the open, now he gets the first. Damka is tucked in though, he's not clearing him. He gets the first, jumps out, wants to get the second, and he does.
What?
It's a 1v4 for Fleerax. That just seems also possible. There's no way to make it. Some more bullets arrive. Fleerax left in the 1v4, and that's the final shot. There you go. Passion UA. Hell yeah, they're your Galaxy Battle Phase 1 champions. So much deserved.
Wow, all right. Yeah, that's it right there. Passion UA, your Galaxy Battle Phase 1 champions. $25,000 in the bank. VRS points, glory, everything that goes with it. Absolutely beautiful scenes. Warrow giving us a monster of a 5th map. Topa keeping the energy high. And you can see him right there. Yeah, that sigh of relief. They'll sleep well tonight. What a game. Woo, that one delivered, that's for sure.
Yeah, but what a banger of a finish there. Topa just made 25k without even putting his pants on. What an amazing life for some of these players. Yeah, for sure. I mean, he needs to be working that job 100%. Like, he got the team fired up. He got them over the line both individually and just in general as that motivator behind the team. That is how we finish with the Ukrainian Derby. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing the MVP or perhaps the bracket, but it was such a long road for Passion UA to make it here, I believe. They had to beat 9, right? Then they had to beat some other teams that just seemed so impossible, but they prevailed. They made it here, and ultimately they were down the map as well. But just some unfortunate circumstance. Maybe the inexperience of Tier 1 really coming through, because when you lose 4 pistol rounds against rifles in 2 maps, when you're supposed to be closing out, I feel like that is kind of what did it. So many memorable moments from the whole game, but I think the best grand finals so far for Galaxy Battle, for sure.
Yeah. Full 5 maps. A little bit of a shame that one didn't come closer at the end there. It did just feel like TNL ran out of steam, didn't they? There's no other way of putting it. Unfortunate stuff. They gave us a great few maps there in that series, but couldn't get it over the line at the end. And Passion UA, yeah, just showing that over the extended period, they hold their nerve. Absolutely beautiful. And yeah, well deserved from them for sure.
Yeah, I think with that we can slowly but surely start wrapping up. Thank you everyone in the chat. We did peak at like 1k viewers, the Ukrainian Derby. I think this will be an all-time classic, matchup. Thank you, production, of course. I think we should be back with another installment of Galaxy Battle somewhat soon, as we are just getting started with the whole tournament as well. I mean, this is literally phase 1, so a lot more phases to come. But for today, and for the whole tournament, we are going to be taking a break for at least a week. See you guys in the next installment. With me, as always, was M and J. It was a pleasure casting with you, man.
You too.